Okay.
We'll never be live. You said we're no longer doing anything anymore.
Okay, so if we're doing D&D next week, then, and if y'all would prefer to decide after the session, that's fine, but that means we can only do Coriolis or Warhammer next week.
Let's
So-
decide on which one of those two we're going to do after this, because we'll see how far we get. Because who knows, we may get further than we expect, or we may not even get near as far as we expect.
Well, I will say this. So this session is broken into 2 complete parts. You guys are on part 1, and each part has 3 more or less sections in it. And you guys are just now y'all haven't even started act 2 of part 1. So, and I have not prepared act 3 yet. So I don't think you guys will get there, but it, is possible, I guess. But we shall see. So.
Something tells me we'll be ending up doing this again next week, but like I said, I think...
And that's fine, because if y'all want to
yeah.
conclude this one shot, so to speak, that's fine.
Especially since I just updated the TTRPG command, and I'm looking at it. We have Coriolis, Twilight, and D&D all as active campaigns right now.
I mean, it's not untrue. So
We're probably better off finishing Coriolis or Twilight.
I don't think Twilight.
I think we all like Coriolis more than we like Twilight so far.
I mean, Twilight's good, but Twilight is not. Twilight's not a one shot. It's that'll go on forever. But
Twilight makes me sad because we just die of thirst because we suck. We're not really in threat of dying of thirst in Coriolis.
That's true. That's true. In Warhammer, you will die of syphilis and dysentery. So that one's going to be
great. It's the Oregon Trail all over again.
Pretty much.
Am I going to get that invite, or they're going to keep hating?
What invite?
You don't need an invite, Jay. You just log in like you did
Good
like any other week. Go to forge-vtt.com.
You should have a link from Lost somewhere in your DMs.
Gotcha.
And you log in.
Yeah. I only send links when I have to give you permission to a new server, basically.
An arrow launching a game. A different game is currently in session. Going back to my games.
You want rat
Choose
trading?
the right game.
We are doing the dick on the left, yes.
His favorite.
8-inch Vigo, that's my type.
Oh, Lord help us.
He can't hear you in space.
In space, no one can hear you scream except the robots.
What robots?
I set space on fire. I win.
What's happening? You're all mad.
No. You're just afraid.
Of burning space robots? Yes.
Outward.
Oh, I think we're all ready.
It's irrational to be scared of burning space robots.
Your mom.
What?
Oh.
What?
He's got you there.
What?
I thought it was fairly self-explanatory.
There was no context.
I love our skills for a spaceship. 7, 8, 8, 8, 3.
There we go. Y'all couldn't hear me. All right. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Is anybody not ready
That commercial.
What do you mean ready?
to start playing?
Oh.
Only
Shoot,
if
I forgot. I have to watch the long grow. Sorry, I'll be right back.
All right. I'm starting. All
Oh,
of you.
right. Quick, I need to get on a plane. I'll be right back.
I'm just gonna run. Is he close? Where is he? How far is the run?
Too far to be effective.
I can run really fast.
I
It's
don't
in
think you're
Dallas,
that
so
fast.
get to hoofing it from Arkansas.
If I jump really high, the Earth will rotate below me.
Yes, but since you're taking off from the Earth, you are traveling at the same speed. So when you take off, your speed won't change.
Well, if he jumps at the right angle, he'll be jumping against the rotation of the Earth. So his speed will effectively be changing, allowing him to traverse more quickly.
Did you just get physics?
I don't know if that works because that's like saying I'm in the back of a pickup truck doing 65 miles an hour and I'm going to jump off the back of the pickup truck. You're
Yeah.
still traveling 65 miles an hour. Now you're just traveling 63 miles an hour. You're
Well,
still
that's a weak
fucked.
jump right there. You can
Technically,
at
if you
least
jump
run
off the
20.
back of the truck in the direction or in the opposite direction of the truck, you'd be actually moving a little bit faster. Just saying.
Well, no, because you're still
You'd
doing
be so
65
slow.
miles an hour in one direction. By jumping off, you will slow your speed. So if you're
But
doing
I'm smart enough to
65 and
jump
you
off
jump
the
off at
front.
5 miles an hour, you're now doing 60 miles an hour. But when you
Yeah.
hit, you're still going over
No, because
backwards.
if you're able to actually jump off, you've had to have met and exceeded the thrust going the other way. So you can't you wouldn't be going 60. Like,
No, that's not how that
Boom.
works.
Technically, your velocity would be higher.
mhm.
We're
No,
talking about velocity, remember?
but you're still going in the other direction.
Yes, but your
Yes.
velocity is still faster.
No.
No, I think you're both
You
retarded.
have to go 65 miles per hour in the
It
other
cancels
way.
out. Well, I would cancel out.
If
You
you're
would immediately
heading
stop.
west at 65 miles an hour and you jump east and you touch the ground is still going to be traveling at that speed and you are going to fall over backwards, not fall over forwards. And you wouldn't, like, if you had negated your speed, you could jump off the truck and hit the ground and stand still.
Okay,
And
are we
that's not
talking
gonna
about
happen.
speed or
No,
velocity?
you wouldn't be able to do that
Oh,
either
Lord
because you would have
help
just
us.
hit your legs at 65 miles an hour on a brick wall because you jumped so fast you
All
shattered.
I'm saying is when you jump off that truck, you're going to be
Why are
going
we
very
jumping off
fast.
trucks? Are you
Why are we
suicidal?
jumping off trucks? Where did we get to this from?
All right, so all of you need to give me a con save right now, and here's
I
a
am not
spoiler.
making a
doesn't
con
exist in this
save.
game.
You're
I
all
am not in
fucking
D&D.
dead.
I am not making a con save.
I
Every
rolled 15
single one of you are dead.
sixes. I think that's a critical
Unfortunately-
success.
Unfortunately, one of the icons reached out and removed all of your dice, and you're dead. So
I punch physics in the face and I win.
Okay, so according to my Google searches,
oh Lord, help us.
in order to get speed, you have
They're Google.
distance divided by time. But in
Mhm.
order to get velocity, you have speed divided by time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
The issue that we're
That
having
didn't
is
answer anything.
I'm technically
We all
right,
knew that.
but they are also technically right because we're talking about the difference between speed, velocity, mass, and all that shit. So
Everyone was right in that conversation. That's the sad part.
yes, it's
And
it's
I
like
learned
accounting
Pretty sure
day when we
Pyro
how I
talk
double
about
went.
debits and credits. You know,
I'm
and
90% sure I was wrong because I'm not the engineer in this conversation.
I mean, he works at Lowe's. How qualified can he possibly be? I'm just
Ooh,
saying.
still an
I'm
engineer.
just
That
saying.
is fucking hate, dude.
Hey, I went shopping at a Lowe's today. I was in and out with interacting with the manager, and my life
Yeah,
was
Pyro,
happy.
that's a
Thank
pretty
God.
Lowe's blow right there.
That's a
I
Lowe's
wish-
blow?
Lowe's blow.
That's
What
fucking hate.
Why do you never have these silvery barbs where we actually need them
Look,
in D&D,
man.
you fuck?
We've already
It's hard
discussed
when you're
this.
put on the
He's
when I'm
better
not
at
put on the
shit talking
spot.
us than the enemy because
Oh
he
my
knows us.
God. All right.
If the enemy works at Lowe's,
Oh my God. So back
I
to
got material.
Coriolis. I need to let you guys know a couple things. So, like I said, in the past week, I've
Oh.
been reading 2 systems and catching up.
Let me get my notebook.
Yeah, you may need that. I'm gonna try and I am not giving you any of this information for any specific reason. We'll just put it
He's
that way.
going to
Right.
kill us with this information. Everybody write that down right now.
Well, depending on how this information is used, it could be considered a spoiler, but it's not because it's in the book. So
How do
okay.
you use information to make your car have more traction?
Someone stab him in the throat, please. All right.
I'll do my
so
best.
Remember last week we were talking about mystics and the sickness?
Yeah, something about Pi always getting off track, and we were wondering if he had some brain thing.
No. Okay. So mystics are basically this game's version of casters. So finger wigglers, whatever. They have potentially very powerful spells. like Neo level shit. Like they're very scary. Okay. So a key point, you guys got the first come, and then you have the Xantharians which showed up. So the first come, they arrived before the Xantharians did. The Xantharians have now arrived, and they're kind of shaking things up. So everybody believes in the icons. Well, not every different people believe in the icons at different levels, but the icons are kind of considered things.
Like deities.
Yes, they're basically the gods. A year ago, roughly, almost, not quite a year ago, we'll say 11 months ago, one of the gas giants, a ship rose out of the gas giants, and the emissaries from a brand new race showed up. And they claimed to be the physical embodiment of one of the icons. So, to put it in human standards, a ship rose out of the fucking gas giant and more or less proclaimed to be Jesus. So,
Base Jesus.
Space Jesus. Yes. So this royally pissed off one of the factions, the cults of the pyre or fire. I forget what they're specifically called, but and those people pretty much said it was heresy, which obviously it would be to them. And so they then shut their gates down and more or less pulled out everything. Although that was just one small faction in the overall group that they represent, and the overall group did not pull out. Well, one of the emissaries from this group demanded a seat on the council that kind of rules everything that the Xantharians and the First Come are all part of, and they were granted that spot. So now the more or less the ruling body or the council, whatever you want to call it, now has equal representation from the First Come, the Xantharians, and the emissary. So, anyways, 11 months ago when the emissary showed up, that is roughly the same time that the mystic sickness started happening. And not all of the mystic stuff is good. I mean, it can make people very sick. It can have a lot of bad, negative connotations with it, and it is not it's basically the social equivalent of leprosy. It's very much looked down upon. It's very scary. It's kind of like people are becoming mutants, and literally some of these powers are very dangerous, and when not controlled right, they can be, you could accidentally make people explode and shit. It's really, so a lot of mystics just flat out got murdered or kind of thrown out by their families, or it's, if you get that shit, it's, you keep it down low. You're not spreading it around. So that's kind of gives you guys some of the political environment that's going on right now. So to catch us up on last week, you guys landed on the space station, and once you guys got here, it was kind of apparent that something was going on with mystics. Mystics were disappearing, although the general public didn't really like them anyway. So, and then one of your friends lost, Nor, who was a secret closet mystic that you did not know about. He was going to meet you guys. He didn't show up. Aletha, which is also a mystic, showed up and said basically that something had happened. She was being followed. She wasn't sure what was going on, and some special looking guards showed up. One of them was bald headed with a nasty scar, and you guys managed to escape. Found out some more information, found out that Nor had been missing, that there was supposedly been a meetup. You guys went to his apartment, kind of tore it apart, looked around, and
Don't forget the main antagonist. That shitty little college girl.
yeah, Brittany Shears that y'all bumped into and threatened. So anyways, when y'all went to his apartment, y'all found his phone that a young girl had gotten. Y'all threatened her. She apparently called the cops on you guys, but y'all were able to hack in the phone. find out that he'd been communicating with a guy named Aram. Got a lot of information about Aram. Y'all went to Aram's house. Lost almost got married.
He
You
might
guys,
still get married.
that's true. That's true. Y'all
Dude,
kind of
didn't
set
I
up.
jump off the fucking cliff and like dragon
did.
kick this bitch?
You tried.
No, you tried.
You missed.
Yeah. You
you
dragon
did
kicked
try.
this shit out of the ground.
Dude, that
You-
ground will never do that shit again, I promise.
That's true. You may also never walk again, but that's
Nah,
maybe
dude.
he kicked a random passerby.
Fuck that
he
hoe.
just fucking Bruce Lee
He's
kicked
just
some
like,
random
Oh,
civilian.
that's the wrong person.
I just pink misted her like fucking what's it? And
No one even knew she existed.
just ran so fast. I fucking whatever.
So anyways, y'all while Lost was being entertained by his parents and wooed by his sister, or wooing his sister, depending on how you look at it, Aram showed up. You guys then he took off running. Very dramatic leg kick by JJ that missed and did nothing, and y'all managed to grab him as he was trying to run away. So that's more or less where we're picking up. Any questions before we get started?
No.
All right.
I do like the history lesson. I didn't know the mystic was that fresh.
Yeah, I didn't either. So that, like I said, I've been doing a lot of reading in this book to try and get prepared, and
Appreciate it.
there's a lot of factions and stuff here, which I still don't have all pieced together, but you basically have the first come, you have the Zentharians, you have the emissaries, which are a
So,
third.
hold up. I'll be a little bit on that stuff. And my notes, I have all my notes, but you said that somebody came out of the fucking sun and that's where mystics come from?
No, the
Gas giant.
there was a gas giant in
Like
the
Jupiter.
Yeah, so basically out of Jupiter, spaceship more or less rose up, and on there was, they call
Yeah.
themselves the emissary.
Do they look
Jesus
human?
people.
I'm not sure. They don't go into a whole lot of detail, or at least I haven't gotten to that point yet on even what they fucking look like. So I'm not, and they don't. It seems like for whatever reason they don't want to tell you much about these people. But again, I'm not all the way
They're
through the book yet.
mysterious. It could just be up to you as well.
True. So I'm going to try and I'm going to just leave it vague for now. But they are humanoid.
So none of us are really. We've never seen one.
You are aware of the emissary.
We're aware.
So-
We've heard stories, but we've never seen one in person.
Correct. And everybody knows that roughly right around the same time they showed up, people started getting power. So there's a lot of political unrest around this. And again, these new people that nobody's ever heard of are claiming to be the physical embodiment of one of the gods.
That's just
specifically-
BS. It's whatever.
And that's the other confusing thing, is gods have different names. So this specific god is the martyr / the judge. And it's just so happens that there is a cult that follows this guy specifically. And they
They're the ones freaking out.
They got pissed. I mean, you just
Yeah.
claim to be their god. And they're like, oh, no, you didn't. So
You ain't no space
So,
Jesus.
as
We
a
know what
quick
space Jesus
glance
looks like.
in the rule book about them, emissary is a ghost.
Ghost.
Reading page 240 of the book.
they can't be a ghost because they have a physical embodiment and they wear clothes.
Reading
Oh.
page 240 of the book to see if I'm misreading it.
Read it out loud to the class.
The ghosts from the gas giant Zine, often described as either spirits or spectral phenomena, have recently declared themselves the emissaries of Zine. There are officially 5 of them, but rumors claim that there are really 9 altogether, and that the Foundation and the Consortium are hiding the truth. One of the now capitalized E emissaries has named itself the Judge Incarnate, which the Order of the Pariah views as heresy, since the Judge, in its martyr aspect, is the only icon they worship.
Are you telling me it's Space Ghost Jesus?
More or
And
less.
there's 9 of them?
Which doesn't make any sense at all based on what you guys are fixing to see, because it's definitely not a ghost. Well, if it is, it's an awful physical corporeal ghost.
It could be just
So-
a shimmery person.
It's the
And
marshmallow
it
man.
really bums me out too, because there's a scene in here that you guys don't get to read. It's only read, like, y'all get the clues for what happened, but I get to actually fucking know what happened. And it would be really fucking cool if y'all got to know what happened, because it's some,
You can tell us later.
I will have you remind me, because this shit, like, I've read about magic before. This shit was fucking cool, man. This
scene.
shit was fucking cool, and it's a shame. It's another shame that none of you guys are mystics,
Share and tell.
because there are so many tie-ins that you guys would get if any of you were a mystic. But since
We don't want
absolutely
no
none of you
space
are,
disease. You just told
guys-
us this is some horrible disease and our friends are being kidnapped.
more or less, yeah. So
I mean, maybe, Eminem could be one and no one would
what?
care, but
What do you?
Got him.
What?
Fucking
So
nailed it.
I'm so confused.
The marshmallow man.
see?
All right. Any other questions or statements before we get going?
You're bad at life. Got him.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I guess that's a statement.
All right. So and this is another part that I'm not quite sure about, so we're just gonna roll with it because the book doesn't really
Dear
say.
God, you tell us what it means.
Which one of you grabs Aram?
It was me and Mike together, I believe. Mike being the one who was doing it and me barely helping, but technically helping.
Okay,
And I
so
just did
as
a
you
split right
guys
in my pants.
both put hands on him, you guys get a telepathic vision of him screaming and crying for help. It's not so overpowering that you guys lose a grip of him, but it shakes you both up a little bit.
What the hell?
And
Can I ask, is it one of him in the present?
see, that would be really nice to know, wouldn't it? I will read it to you exactly as it, let's see. Literally, basically, all it says is there's a telepathic vision of him crying for help. And I don't know if it's at a prior time or if it's right now. So I can't tell
We'll
you.
find that out later.
Okay.
Maybe.
Which makes it, because depending on what happened, I mean, you guys are fixing to find out, but based on
We
what
did-
happened, it could be either.
We
Mhm.
didn't know he was a mystic, right?
Yeah, we did, or at least he
Okay.
was pretending to be.
He was.
was-
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He
No,
was
this is
he
that
was
guy,
more
yeah.
or less representing himself as it, and
He was
you
the
know.
one mystic that hadn't been captured yet. He
And
was like the one
well,
inviting them to get captured.
yeah, because he was the one who came supposedly from the the consortium,
Sanitarium.
sanitarium. I knew it was
Sanitarium.
some
So-
area.
The
but
Samaritan
janitorium.
Sanatorium.
yeah,
There.
I was like, it's somewhere in my notes, but I
Yeah,
I couldn't
that
read it.
phrase for whatever reason is just, I don't know, it's hard on the mouth, but yeah, the Samaritan Sanatorium. And
Samaritan.
again, to point this out, this is general knowledge, but not for you guys because y'all don't know anything about the world. But the sanatorium is loosely affiliated with the Cult of the Pariah.
Order of the Pariah.
Order of the Pariah, yeah.
Big difference.
They're a cult.
Well, they may be a cult, but the difference is one is officially recognized, the other isn't.
Okay. And
Anyways.
scene. We drag him into a corner. We convince people to not interfere. I think that's where we left off.
Yes.
More or less.
We passed the success on the please do not interfere with this and walked away.
Into an alley.
Mhm.
Into a very public alley. people
Whichever one's the
everywhere.
least public as possible. But we're in a space station, so
I thought we were running after Aram's son.
No,
that's
no, no.
yes, that's
Sure.
who
We
Aram.
wanted Aram. We were with his dad.
His dad and his
Aram.
mom, yeah.
So when Aram showed up to the family household, and I said, "Hey," he went, "Oh crap," and ran.
He's like, oh, the fuzz. And then
Right.
he
So we
ran.
just grabbed him and got the vision from him.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. What do you want? Let me go.
We just need information. Right or
I don't
wrong?
know anything.
You do though. You work for the sanatorium? Or with them?
I can't tell you anything.
Do you know a man named Nor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's good. Right? You're being truthful. We already knew you did, so that's good. I'll pat him on the shoulder. I'm reassuring. Yes. All right. Now, if you lie to us, then my friend here, and I'll gesture to Eminem, good old Mike Martin.
Eminem, you're just called. Okay, now I get it. I thought you meant the singer earlier. Now I get it. All
No,
right, that makes a little
my
more
friend
sense.
here,
Than...
Now, hold on here.
he's
Aren't
been
I
having a rough day, and he would love to take his anger out. But we won't have to do that, as you can just give us information to find Nor. That's all we need to do, and make sure he's okay.
And you can see that Aram is visibly shaking at this point. He's very, very nervous.
I smile creepily.
Not calm down, Mike.
Your
We're
parents
not-
were very lovely people, Ram.
I jump as he,
Turns the corner.
yeah.
I don't know much. I just they grabbed me a couple weeks ago and they threatened to tell my family about the disease. I didn't. I couldn't risk that. It would be bad. They might disown me, and I could lose my job. I had to do what they wanted.
What did they want?
I mean, they just wanted me to find other people like myself and tell them to go to the sanatorium. I mean, at first it wasn't a big deal, and then they gave me some money, and as long as I brought them more people, they would give me more money, and they wouldn't tell my family. It
Did you
kind
ever
of
see
all
what
worked
happened to the
out.
people?
I don't know. I mean, they went to the sanatorium. That is
You
about
never
it.
saw inside the doors of the sanatorium?
No, they don't. They don't take me there. I meet the people. I talk to them. We make
How
friends.
many people?
I don't know.
Dozens, at least 15.
No. For you specifically, how many people?
I don't know. I wasn't counting. Just I don't know, 6, maybe 7.
You're all right. How much money did you get for each one?
Well, they gave me 5,000 beer, and
Mhm.
then I spent some of it on my debts, and then they told me they would give me more if I brought them more people.
And have you gotten more for each one additionally?
Well, I was going to bring them this girl that Nor knew, but only Nor showed up.
And so you handed Nor over?
I mean, he was at the spot, and they did not get mad. They wanted to know about the girl, though.
And he was taken away by individuals that work for the sanatorium.
I don't know. I was not there. There were just 5 or 6 very angry guards. One of them had nasty scar. He was bald-headed.
Is he telling the truth about all of this?
Let's see. Let me
Is there
find
an
one of you. No, that's the wrong thing. I don't know if you can even do a check on that.
Maybe observation? But
Well,
that
I
counts
mean-
as visual and
Yeah, I because is this something where you think it needs a roll, or is this something where it's
I
easy
don't
enough
think-
to tell?
I mean, the dude's scared shitless. I mean, you just caught him outside of his parents' house. He's a mystic. Some scary motherfuckers seem to have, threatened him with the end, more or less the end of his, social and economic life. His parents would have possibly disowned him. He was going to lose his job. All he had to do was help them out. And as far as he could tell, nobody was getting hurt. And then they were going to pay him on top of it. I mean, It's win-win
15
for everyone.
disappearances. Yeah, no one was getting hurt.
But he doesn't know. He doesn't remember how many people he took to the sanatorium somehow.
I mean, it doesn't really say.
He's
So-
an idiot.
Okay.
He keeps his head so low he doesn't even know what he's doing half the time. It's common.
we will say so far it is just Nor, because that's the only one I know of. And then
Okay.
it was going to be Nor and Aletha, and then Aletha didn't make it. But he does have that. Okay, let me hang on one second. Oh, okay. Let me. Sorry, I left out a few key points.
He has a gun. He shoots both of you. You're dead. That would have been good to know.
Fucking hell. This sucks. Okay, so this is kind of my fault.
Oh no, he's gonna pop
Uh-oh.
a pill.
He's
got
got
a
sword.
suicide pill. I hold his
so-
mouth open. Don't let him bite his teeth.
They told me they could help us. They could cure it, and I was looking for help myself, and they told me they would help me, and then they offered me money, and they took care of my problems, and they didn't reveal me to my family. They gave me this communicator, and I was just supposed to send the messages if I found someone, and then they would set up a meeting, and they would help the people, and then it was supposed to fix the problem. So I didn't think anybody was going to be hurt. So no harm, no foul, right? I'm helping people. I'm getting helped. What is wrong? And then I started hearing about the people missing and not showing back up. And there's rumors people might have even been murdered. And I didn't sign up for that. And I don't know why Aram now sounds like Luigi for Mario, but we're just going to keep going with it. So
I'm gonna look at Kasim. You're still here, right?
I am.
I'm not gonna say any names, and I'm gonna point to his. Does he flash the communicator when he points it out?
So like,
His,
oh,
telephone or
around,
whatever
like
he's
he
on?
held it up.
Yeah.
He just showed you
Yeah.
guys. I mean, he's not
Check
hiding
that.
anything at this
Let's make
point.
sure there's nobody listening.
Do you mind if I grab it, sir?
Do not ask nicely.
Are you
Okay.
asking? Who are you asking?
I asked Aram if I could take his communicator.
I want to just slap Kasim upside the back of the head at that question.
Hello, sir. Who we have?
I know
Who
you're
we have
kidnapped. Do you
detained?
mind?
Can
If
I
I check
have
your
your shit,
phone.
please? That's fine. Yeah, you can take it. He gives it to you.
What do I roll for modifiers?
Can I
let's
help him?
do-
Is that a
This is
thing in
going-
this?
Yes, you can add
mean-
a +1 to the roll if you are also proficient in the roll.
No one is listening, so to speak. But if you want to try and get information off of it,
I'm gonna
there's
start
a-
snooping.
Okay.
Oop.
So it's a -2 data gen roll to find out more
+1 if I
information.
help, right? Because I'm
Okay, so then that would be my
Whoa.
okay. Jesus Christ.
never mind.
He did the -1.
He did the -1.
That's fine. That's fine. Because if you're helping him, that's all right.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, you can tell the person that was receiving these messages, you can track them to the vicinity of the sanatorium. So they're in that rough area.
All
So
right.
they do work for the sanatorium.
Or at least operate near it so that others believe they do.
Or that communicator
Yeah.
is at the sanatorium. So
Yeah.
Currently.
I give Dakir the
and
communicator.
we'll say that since you specifically asked for it, Aram has given you a list of names of people that he has worked or that he has turned over to them. Since I missed that little caveat in the paragraph, we'll say it's 12 people and he gives you their
Oh,
names. And
jeez.
if you do the research on
It's
it,
just Nor plus 11 others.
He's like, it's just Norn. I just turn and look at him like, really? You don't remember? And he's like,
Think. Think,
You-
Aram.
hang on,
think.
let me pull up this piece of paper. There are 1, 2. Just give me the paper.
and if you research those, you can see all of them have gone missing in the last month and a half or so.
Well,
Great. This guy's rich. Pointing at Ron.
but he hasn't been paid for any of them.
He
Well,
said
no,
he was
they
paid.
gave him a $5,000. Basically, they
Per?
gave him $5,000 on that device that he got, and then that he used that. Let's see, he paid off 1,500 or spent 1,500 gambling already. So there's some money left.
3,500. Okay.
Yep. And then he was told he would get more for every additional mystic that he helped, and I'm using finger quotes here, treat. So again, at least initially, he was under the understanding that he was helping people and that, you know, they had a cure, because that's more or less what they say. And if you call now, they'll include a slap chop. But once people started disappearing, he kind of realized something was up.
Fantastic.
Yep.
All right, Aram, I'm going to make you a deal.
Okay.
For just 3,500 burr, we'll let you go under the caveat that you don't say anything about this interaction. And we won't come looking for you. We won't tell your family what you are. It'll be like we never met. How does that sound?
Could I convince you to make it 2,500 burr?
I smile.
Okay. Just asking. Just asking.
We can go down to 34.99.
You are so generous. I am so
Don't
happy
worry.
to be dealing with you and not the other monsters.
Look, just be thankful there are no exterior doors nearby. Space this time of year is
Why-
a little cold.
Why
I
would a
can make
space
one.
station have doors on the outside? This is madness. You would die.
It is a shame. It really is.
I can make one.
That would be bad for all of us. You keep a burr and your life.
I would. This. You mentioned a scarred man. He knows your face. Yes.
Yes, he has met me many times. He is a scary son of a bitch.
Yeah, I believe we run into him as well.
What are the odds that he considers, and I guess Shadowram, a loose end?
What do you mean by loose end? I do not like the sound of this.
Well, I'm just being honest and assessing the risks here. If you speak so easily to the first people to grab you and drag you into an alley,
You have 5 people. You caught me at my parents' house. You threatened to throw me into space. What do you mean
no.
easily?
I'm not threatening. I'm stating he might be able to do the same or worse.
To be fair, we haven't even
And
touched on.
so
This guy has already proven that he would punch someone in the face for no reason and completely ignore a fight, even though he's posing. as a threat.
that's why I'm saying, and I'm not trying to threaten you, or I'm talking with my captain and other crew about what the risks are against.
Yeah, let's get this straight here. I am the one threatening you.
Please don't kill me. And the Rom starts to kind of scream a little. Help me!
Oh,
Help me!
cover
They're
his
going
mouth,
to
cover
kill
his
I
me!
mouth.
silence him.
Knock him out. Just knock him out.
I knock him out.
But
He's knocked out.
yeah, is he?
We don't have time to kill somebody and hide. the
No,
body.
I'm not saying a loose end for us. I just didn't want someone to just get murked because he talked to us. That's all I'm saying.
I love how, like, you're like, I don't want to get this guy killed. And he's like, I don't know if we could hide his body.
I'm just saying, if he's a loose end, he's gonna talk to the bald guy. That's bad for us.
I think the bald guy's already on to us. We're already like on his radar.
Marginally, he doesn't know we're working this case. We've only had the one quick run-in with him, and we've managed to avoid his eye in the other situations.
Fair enough. Well, now
At worst,
Aram
he's
is
suspicious of
a
our
clear
coincidence.
connection.
Exactly, which is why, in the perfect world, he wouldn't exist anymore.
So obviously they are trying to get all these mystics so they can either gather them up and create a super weapon or something, or they're trying to
We're
fucking
trying to make a Death Star.
yeah, the testicle.
Mystics.
But they're trying to
Want
do
to
something.
pull open my communicator
All right.
and send a message to what is
If you say that,
Althea.
So yeah, okay.
And I want to ask her and be like, hey, I'll be like, hey, we found out some information about what's going on with you and
Are
why
you
these guys
texting her or are you calling her?
I'll call her actually.
be
Hello?
wary of what you say over live communication.
Hello?
Hey, Althea,
Who's this?
Norse friend.
Oh. Did you find anything out?
I did. And we have some needs, but we need to make sure those who
While
are
you're
hunting.
while you're having a conversation with her, by the way, you notice there seems to be a commotion going on at the other ends of the alley. Like something is happening with the people, not necessarily because of you, but
Is there
something
a
is going
room
on.
we can duck into?
Anyways, carry on.
Yeah,
You're in an alley, so you're in between. You're basically there's a promenade in one area and then like a shopping center in the other. So
Can we weekend at Bernie's this guy back into his house?
you're gonna take him back to the house?
That's the only house we're allowed into without home breaking someone else.
Hi, we brought your unconscious son who ran from us back.
He
Here he
tripped.
is.
He fell. We come in going, oh my gosh, sir.
He was so excited about our
Your
job
son.
proposal that he passed out.
You can
There's
do
no
whatever
marks,
you
right?
want.
So I'll pick him up and just carry him asleep back into his bed and lay him down and
Well, through into the living room, first of all, that's where we have to get past.
right.
Okay.
But
So
I'm gonna
y'all
go
are
in.
gonna go back to the house.
Yeah,
and
and
carry-
everyone will follow. So we can just get out away from whatever that is.
What is going on? What happened to Aram? What did
he
We're
He has
he tripped and
fallen
hit his
ill,
head.
and
Um,
I am
he
killing
hope
needs
he's
he needs
okay. I'm-
immediate attention, sir.
and we all fucking talked.
is he okay?
It didn't look too bad. I mean, it's bleeding a little bit as all head wounds do. Would
I
you
am a
mind
doctor.
getting
He's
an
fine.
ice pack or something that we can like put on it, just like compression?
His mother comes running in and immediately whisks him away and starts working on him. Keep in mind, if he regains consciousness, that might not be good for you.
Oh,
So,
he's pretty out.
all right. What is going on? Hello?
I just wanted to bring him back. When he fell and hit his
No,
head,
that's
didn't seem-
Althea on the phone.
Cell phone.
Oh, sorry. Althea, I'll
can't-
call you back.
You just hung up on her.
I'm in the middle of something. Things change. Well, I would have been as soon as we went to turn to go back into the house. I'd be like, Althea, give me a few minutes. I'll call you back. And I would have hung up then, not just left the line open.
Okay, fair enough. So once you enter the house, the father, the family, first off, upon entering the house, you notice that the family was kind of gathered in the living room watching something on the Coriolis equivalent of a television. When you barged in and Aram was injured, then they kind of peeled away from the TV and you had your quick discussion before the mother drags him off to his room to help him. Sec, let me drag this over so I can read it better. And then while y'all are conversing, I guess, in the background, one of you, I don't care who it is, notices the TV, which seems to have everybody's attention. Think like 9/11 style, attention. And you kind of come in mid broadcast. We have just received word that the news about the emissary having disappeared does intend to appear to be true. and the investigation has been turned over to the judicators. We turned to Harnek Mara, bulletin representative at the council, for an update. And I believe this is the person that y'all bumped into earlier. Remember the reporter that
No.
was... I'm sure it was Harnek Mara, wasn't it?
No, we met Jayla Koheri.
Okay, never
Channel 9
mind.
News.
Totally different reporter.
No, buddy. She's not cool enough for this.
We turned to Harnek Mara, bulletin representative at the council, for an update. And I have no idea if this is male or female, so we're just going to roll with it. Thank you, Jabala. Rumors about the emissary's disappearance started to circulate this morning as the emissary, who attends meetings of the council in an observer capacity, did in fact not attend yesterday's council meeting. Which you can confirm as you were at the meeting, correct? That's right, Jabal. The emissary's chair was empty during the meeting, and all attempts at contacting the emissary today have failed. Now, excuse me. Oh, shit. I guess it is a male. That's awkward.
The voice can be whatever you want.
True. Now, excuse me, Ms. Mara. Reports are just coming in about the crowds gathering out on the ring around the Spring Plaza. Our reporter, Mafra, fucking, what the hell is that name, is on the scene and knows more. Thank you, Jabala. Rumors are spreading quickly, and people have already gathered here to express their despair, sorrow, or anger over the disappearance of the emissary. The first to gather appear to have been a group of pilgrims destined for the Zine station, where the emissary known as the Judge resides, and more people are arriving every minute. It looks as if some form of protest is being organized, but against who or what is uncertain. The guard is understaffed, but doing their best to keep the crowds confined to the plaza. Back to you, Jabal. Thank you, Mafra. Reports are coming in from all around the station, but people claiming to have seen the emissary just recently. We heard from a very agitated slummer saying that the emissary just floated past him in a corridor in the cellar. The situation is likely to be chaotic for some time in regards to what has actually happened. Isn't that right, Marnak? Yes, the opal fumes in the cellar have already produced some rather fantastical eyewitness reports about the so-called, and she used finger quotes, new mystics, and one could expect more of the same to follow now. What will the disappearance of the emissary mean for the Third Horizon? I now have Baro Bahari, noted icon scholar, with me to answer the questions. What is your opinion about this, Mr. Bruhari? Well, right now, it is hard to say what will come of it. People are undoubtedly in shock over what has happened. Many viewed the arrival of the emissaries as a sign of the return of the icons was close at hand. You were referring here to the myths about how the icons, after teaching mankind how to travel the void, promised to return in humanity's darkest hour, correct? Yes, but that is only one of many apocryphal stories about the icons that flourished within the church. And thank you, Mr. Buhari. We will now go back to Mafar Sarman, our reporter on the streets, who has been asking passerbys on the ring what they think about today's events. Over to you, Mafra. Thank you, Jabal. I'm
I
standing here
turned the
with...
TV off.
All right. Fair enough.
I nod my approval.
I would like to know a synopsis of what was just on television.
Emissary's missing.
The
That-
emissaries, yeah. And
That
everyone's
is what I
panicking.
got mostly, but I also got that icon thing exists and apparently supposed to return.
No. That the idiots thinking the gods are going to
So
come back.
basically, what happened, to summarize for JJ, the emissary meets in the council meeting. She didn't show up today. They weren't able to reach her. People are freaking out now. The people that worship them, that were going on a pilgrimage to see their kind of home gas giant, so to speak, have all gathered to kind of wail and moan about it. Some people are happy about it because fuck the emissaries and their apocryphal bullshit. Others are, worried that this is going to destabilize everything. And then the guy who was going on about it was basically covering all the theories that people think, but he was getting into some theological stuff, and she kind of cut him off before he could start talking about, because he basically said apocryphal, which more or less says that their beliefs are blasphemy, and she cut him off before he could go into detail, more or less. So that could be considered offensive to some people that believe that. And if they don't, it's kind of like, think of it
This
like the
is getting
Democrats.
all confusing to me, by the way. Following this perfectly.
That's all right. It's confusing to me too. So basically, some people believe some stuff. The emissary it basically be like somebody showing up claiming to be Jesus. And you would have real problems if somebody showed up claiming to be Jesus. But there would be people that would believe it's Jesus, but other people would think it's blasphemy. And so that's more or less what's going on right now is the person who was claiming to be Jesus, space Jesus, so to speak,
Space
has now
Jesus has gone missing.
disappeared. And
Now,
so,
if never mind, I'm not going to go there.
fair enough.
So
Don't worry. There's people like us that just don't care about Space Jesus.
there's a string of mystics that have gone missing, and now all of a sudden the big head honcho effectively mystic has gone missing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess if you want
Well, I
to consider
mean,
them a head
I
honcho.
highly suspect they are making super weapon now. Very much.
basically, a god
Ganjikan.
has gone missing, more or less. So.
Ganjikan, could you watch the door to make sure those scarred, bald-headed guard does not track us down?
I will attempt to find soap and water, yes.
Fantastic.
I
So,
go walk off and start washing the door.
washing the door. All right. Well, when you step outside,
I think
Did I just lose connection?
I don't know.
no,
No.
I didn't finish my sentence.
He didn't think before saying. I think.
So I'll go on while you step outside to keep an eye on the outside, and you notice that there are kind of across the street in the promenade, there are a lot of people, and some of them are yelling and screaming and shouting at each other. It sounds kind of like a protest is setting up. You can also see a group of people that are vandalizing some of the storefronts, and some of the guards trying to keep things contained, but doing so in a rather poor job. Like they're not having a good effect.
Oh, these undisciplined motherfuckers! And I continue washing the door.
Wash.
Yep.
All right.
Oh. I want to pull the captain to a corner.
While he's doing that, I look at Kasim and say, "Get the 3,500."
I'm going to attempt to download this guy's bank
Well,
and get all
you've already got
3,500.
you've already got full access, so you can get the 3,500. Lost. How do I increase darkness points?
I transfer 3,500 to my bank account.
Sure, we'll allow that for now.
What did you ask me?
I need to know how to increase darkness points. I get 2 darkness points.
Whoa. Because of the chaos.
You gain 2 darkness points. You see on the little player icon on the left? You see the plus and minus?
Yes.
Click the plus twice.
Thank you.
Whoa.
Appreciate it.
And the moon will pop up the little visual tracker if you haven't already.
Okay. Yeah, I've got it. Thank you.
Yep. So, Captain,
Yes.
what are the odds? Why was the... all right, I have to admit, I'm a little confused. Are we on... We're not on Coriolis, right?
Not.
No.
I don't believe so. No. And I'm a little confused about that too, on why the council's meeting here. But
yeah, that's what's throwing me off, is why the council is here and why the emissary is here.
I mean, if you want to assume we're on Coriolis, I guess that could be the case. I haven't seen any references to that, but
I thought we were like, weren't we on Neoptra or something like that?
Yeah. At the beginning, you told us we're on Neoptra.
No,
In
that
the
was
Ne-
the
Oh no,
spaceport.
that's
No,
just the
that's
spaceport.
the
So
spaceport. is where
maybe
were.
we are on Coriolis, and this whole space station is Coriolis, and we were
I
meeting.
mean,
in
it is a
Neoptra.
very large space station, but it's
Spaceport.
not.
Okay, now my brain's oriented. We're on Coriolis. Okay.
fair.
What are the odds, Captain, that the Mystic captures were dry runs of experiments about what the Mystics could do in life-threatening situations.
What are the odds that I could even answer that question? We don't
Well,
even know what mystics are, let alone what the emissaries are. All we have is circumstantial evidence that they showed up at the same time.
I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to me that someone would go around kidnapping all these random people who are quote unquote mystics, and then all of a sudden this big power also disappears. It's like, I don't know, it feels like there was some
You
sort of
think the sanatorium kidnapped the emissary?
no, I don't. I think it's Scarboy.
What?
The bald-headed guard. I yelled at God.
Oh, gotcha. Which one do you use? I'm sorry, Quenian. What's your character name?
Isla.
Isla.
Okay, thank you.
This is Isla and Dakir talking.
Gotcha.
So Scarman and his guards are grabbing.
They clearly work for the sanatorium.
Do they? Or are they a separate entity just using the sanatorium as a cover?
I mean, they'd have to be pretty good. We haven't seen anything in any of the data we've gone.
What do we know of the Order of the Pariah?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
It is a group that's very devout.
How militaristic are they?
They're
an order, that's why I'm wondering.
They're pretty gangster, is my understanding. Again, I haven't had chance to completely read it all up, but my understanding is they have these shock troops, which are pretty fucking gross, called martyrs, and they're kind of nasty. They've also been known to. There was some question about some atrocities during the war. They've kind of tried to turn that around recently with the Samaritan sanatoriums and helping people, and it does look like, at least outwardly looking in, that is the case. But
Can
they
I
do.
find them in the book?
Yeah, feel free.
Okay. Order of the Pariah, weapons, factions, Order of the Pariah. The end is near. The Order of the Pariah has an ambivalent reputation in the horizon. On one hand, their work with the sick and poor in Coriolis is greatly lauded, but at the same time, people whisper about their bloody war crimes during the Portal Wars and their crusade against dissident in their home system.
See, I told you I've been reading.
On Coriolis,
and we are on Coriolis.
On Coriolis, the Order is known as the Samaritans. They run a hospital, a sanatorium for the hyper sick, a poorhouse, several soup kitchens, and a renowned medical school.
We know all about that.
So the Samaritan Sanatorium isn't just an isolated thing. It is the home base of the Order of the Pariah.
Who do war crimes.
Who have done war crimes.
When was this war?
And didn't you literally say earlier that they hate the emissary?
Well, yeah, the emissary. So the Order of the Pariah worships the judge. Like, that's their god. That's
right. I was just making sure I had my notes right on that.
And so the emissary has claimed to be the embodiment of the judge.
Space Jesus.
And they've cried heresy.
Yes, and like so bad that they pulled out, and they've shut their borders down. They're
like their home system.
And so we now have a paramilitary set of guards running around the station.
Is there like a
I gotta give it to
Capturing-
Lost. Lost catches all this shit, which is wild, man.
Yeah,
Is
I
there like a
can't fucking
vacation
keep up
planet,
with this shit.
a
It's
beach
getting
planet we
annoying.
can go to?
Capturing mystics.
Yeah, this is above our pay grade. We should just cut our losses at this point.
And the mystics are that's what I'm saying. I think the mystics were dry runs, or at least an attempt to understand the threat the emissary could potentially hold.
So what was this emissary is creating mystics just by being in the system?
I mean, if it's a disease, there must be a patient zero.
That's a very rude thing to say, but I didn't know the emissaries were just a disease.
I no the
Oh, I
the
don't
belief-
disagree with you. I do think they're a disease.
Yeah. So, but if the emissary is patient zero,
So it has visions, it can bend metal, it can
predict events,
future.
etc. Maybe, who knows?
and the order of
The
pariah?
pariah.
they experimented on enough mystics to somehow circumvent being able to see the future.
Enough to be able to capture, and remove the emissary.
Which may or may not be some spirited entity. Can you even touch an emissary?
I don't know. I've never had any. I'm a pilot. Okay, I'm a pilot.
Yeah, you're making a
Um,
lot of assumptions for a pilot. Aren't you also a doctor?
The
Damn it, Jim! I'm a doctor, not a pilot.
also, Pyro, have you looked at chat?
Oh, nope, I have not.
Oh
I've got
Jesus!
3 windows open with the stuff.
Radio
Good
Wave,
job.
thank you very much.
Yeah, I appreciate the raid, Radio Wave. Oh my god, that's a huge raid. Very much appreciated, guys. Sorry, when we're doing the campaigns, I don't always read chat because I'm usually 3
You're in
screens
charge.
deep in a bunch of content. So it's hard to read chat and the plot for the one shot that we're doing.
Thickens.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it.
And I think you're right, Captain. This is above our pay grade.
We're smugglers.
Yeah, absolutely.
We get your
We-
friend Coriolis.
Uh,
I think
don't.
Pyro, you're muted. I think you have all sounds muted on stream.
What? Oh my fucking god. I love how no one has noticed this the whole time.
I have you on literally like a 1% volume, so I don't hear you duplicated.
Yeah, I'm turning it back on. I love how we've literally streamed this entire time and none of us realized that audio was muted. One
Well,
second.
I'm in the game. I don't watch the game.
Oh, that's
Don't worry to anybody watching. You didn't miss too much.
One sec, they can't hear you. I have to fix all the audio, which is weird because let's see. And there we go. Say something, guys.
hello.
There we go. Yeah, 100% professional streamer for sure. You know, guys.
Wow.
Hello.
I'm so sorry, guys. Y'all have missed literally the entire
Everything.
Yeah, the whole plot for the last hour we've done. Just literally silent here, staring at the Coriolis space station while.
All right, let's start over and take it from the top.
Oh my god,
What do you know, Aram?
that's insane.
Hey, don't kill me! Shut up, Aram, and then we know.
Oh my god. See, usually Killer would have like woke us up by now, but I
This
guess
is
he's-
when you realized that you are bad.
Yes, absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Thank you for the raid, because your raid helped us figure out we were morons and had the audio muted. So I appreciate that.
Chad is good at letting us know that we're idiots.
Yep. To catch all of you guys up with what's happened briefly, at the end of last session, they had captured someone who had been disappearing mystics on Coriolis Station. They have interrogated Aram to find out basically that mystics were being captured and taken to the Samaritan medical facility for quote unquote healing and fixing, and that many of them were disappearing. He was being paid to do so and threatened with exposure to his family, who would have probably disowned him, and the possibility of losing his job. One of the friends of the people that is the player's party was disappeared this way, and they have been investigating, tracking it down. They're now kind of figuring it all out. And while they were figuring this out, one of the the emissary has now disappeared, which is basically an individual who claims to be the physical embodiment of one of the faction's gods, and that faction doesn't like that. They think that's heresy, and so they seem to be the faction that is behind this sanatorium that is quote unquote healing the mystics. And so now we think that they may have had something to do with the disappearance of the emissary as well. So they're in Aram's parents' house, where they've had to knock Aram out to keep him from screaming and drawing attention, while the crowds nearby are freaking out over the emissary disappearing, and they're trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do next.
And we took his money.
Oh
Don't
yeah,
forget
and
we're
they,
usually trying to figure out what the hell we're doing.
that's true. And they have robbed.
I took all of his money and
We made
split it
a
up.
legitimate deal with him. We get 3,500 credits.
30.
We don't tell him.
3,499. You
Oh,
left
I
him
Yeah,
with
took- I
well,
le- I
then
took
he
less
had to make
credit.
a scene. So I injured my.
You charged him $1 to knock him out and drag him back home. Okay,
Yeah,
fair.
we're not carrying him for free.
I mean that's a cheap Uber for all intents and
It is
purposes.
pretty good.
All right, while y'all are discussing what you think is going on and all of that, let me move chat to another window so I can see it. There we go. I'm gonna get my other window open. There we are. Okay. While you're doing that, Jay Ganjikan, while you're outside, you notice a very well dressed courier is walking up to you, and this dude's, I mean, like the Coriolis equivalent of all Gucci gear. The dude is very well dressed in all designer latest fashion, looks amazing, and approaches you, walks more or less directly up to you, and asks, excuse me, sir, I am trying to find Isla Binga. Can you direct me at his current location?
Wonderful greeting for you. The 1,000 faceless suns look upon you. Allow me a moment. And I step away. And I go let Mr. Eminem know, yo, dog, they be looking.
Looking for who?
Looking for Isla, you, or Kwani, whatever. I don't know. I'll let somebody know.
They're looking for the captain, Kwani.
Oh, okay.
Captain's over there.
Anjikhan tells Mike. Mike tells Kasim. Kasim tells Dakir.
Dakir doesn't tell
I
anybody.
I start the
says,
telephone
Captain,
game,
nothing to worry about.
Captain,
and I
there's
want to
a
make sure that it gets
scurrier
caught.
outside looking for Islubagon. What?
Cthulhu is looking for you, Captain.
Hell yes. Anyway, so I go back to washing the damn door.
Is there anyone I need Dakir here because he's the competent one, and I have no one else competent that I can trust that I want to send out there.
That's some bullshit, by the way. but-
For
Captain-
speaking purposes, you're great for punching people.
Son of a bitch.
You're very good at punching people. That's why we hired you.
I need
So-
to talk with the father. With all of this, I think.
Kasim, go out there and ask what his business is. Make sure he's not here to assassinate us or me.
Are we sure me just going out there is a good idea, though, Captain?
Banjikan's out there to back you up.
Very well. I will walk outside and past Ganji Khan, who is currently washing the door, even though he's supposed to be watching it.
This entire time you had me washing the door and you tell me not, like, son of a bitch.
Hello, sir. I am trying to reach Isla Binga.
We haven't seen him in a little bit. What's your business? Perhaps I could leave a message with him.
I have a special delivery for him. And he holds up a beautiful envelope that's very ornate and looks very official and smells faintly of jasmine.
The fuck?
That's oddly specific.
Right?
Fancy documents are jasmine scented. It's cultural.
Oh
I
boy.
want to Google on that one. That's right. Got him.
Well, it is a traditional thing to use almost like a perfume
Now
on
that I
certain
agree with,
paperworks
but
to use as like a trademark recognition.
but specifically jasmine, nah. Mm-mm.
Well,
Never jasmine, only rosemary.
that could be this
like rosemary.
guy's whoever sent
Calling
this
card.
letter. Yeah.
Calling smell.
Calling smell? Really?
Yeah.
Certainly pretty smelly. I'm just
You
saying.
smell this, you
Um,
know to run.
Huh.
Hey, Captain. I don't know what they're talking about, but $5 it's from the emissary.
I will shake your hand. I shake his hand. That's a bet I will take.
Thank you, sir. I will make sure that he gets the envelope.
I'm sorry, sir. I must deliver this in person. This is a very important official communication.
Ganji Khan, would you mind stepping back inside for a second?
What do you what bitch? What?
Is Kasim about to like mug this guy?
Well, the captain is not here. He may be a little while.
That is fine. Where may I find the young captain?
Allow me to dial him on my communicator because he's currently not here.
Sure. I will wait.
I will dial the captain.
Ring, ring, ring. I'll pick up. Kasim, you're literally right outside the door. Why are you calling me?
This gentleman is very concerned about finding you and giving you a message. I told him that you may be a little while.
Tell him I'm a very fast runner.
He wants you to know that he is a very fast runner. He will be here momentarily.
Is there a window I can hop out of?
Sure.
How about the window?
We'll say there's a window on the alley that you just mugged their son in. That
Fantastic.
coincidentally is
They weren't
located
looking.
in
They were
his
on the
bedroom.
TV. That's good.
So you're gonna have to go into the bedroom with the
They're-
mother of the
that's
son
fine.
that you just rendered unconscious, who you just robbed 3,500 bira from, and then
No,
jump out the
it was
window.
a fair deal.
Hey, we only robbed one beer from him.
I
okay?
will go.
He gladly
Madam,
gave us the $34.99.
do a nice bow and then jump out the window.
I think gladly is up for debate. Okay, you jump out the window. You could give a stealth check if you want. Maybe she won't notice.
She's just who cares?
I mean, you'd get a +1 because she's concerned about Aram. I'm just saying.
Scallop. What even is that, like a dex?
I believe it would be
Or
either infiltration or observation, whichever you prefer.
Dude,
And-
bro, it's 77 degrees outside.
Yeah, it's been like 80 degrees all week, man. It's been nice out.
Dude, no wonder I'm freezing. Fuck.
Did you literally just fail a +1? All right, so as you
don't have
you
either
sneak
of
into
those.
the room quietly, you accidentally step on one of the young children's toys, which squeaks very loudly, scaring the mother, who freaks out and gasps and almost screams, and then sees you. She has a very confused look on her face as you apologize,
Apologies.
raise the
Just-
window,
just
punch
checking
out
on your
the
son.
screen, and
Then I
then
have to go this way.
begin crawling out of the building. As you crawl out into the building, even though everyone outside is currently focused on the TV broadcast about the emissary being missing, you make so much noise that a good portion of the crowd turns around to notice you falling out of this window, breaking the screen, and making quite the scene in the alleyway.
All right, as I
cringe the
fall
whole
down,
time.
then. You don't have to be rude. You could have just let me go out the front door. Ugh, people these days, right? I say to the crowd, to no one in particular. Absolutely uncivilized.
I'm going to just shake my head on the inside and be like, "This is my crew."
That you're part of. And then I wait 15 seconds and jog around the corner.
Okay. So you come around the corner and you see a young, extremely well-dressed courier in all of the latest fashions, extremely fine, lame brand everything. And then he has a very expensive looking envelope for you. As you come around the corner, he immediately notices you. So apparently he knows what you look like and has been told to find you. He does a slight bow and then presents the letter to you.
All right, before I take it, who is this from, might I ask?
This is from Judge Nigelia Carandol.
Dang.
And I just, on the inside, give a nice fist pump like, yeah, I knew it.
All right, you guys should be able to see the invitation now.
Give me a sec.
Is everyone able to see it?
Mhm.
I look forward to discussing our common concerns tonight at Alchemars. I would like to assist you in your current undertaking. May the gambler smile on your efforts. Her Excellency, Judge Nigelia Carandol.
Coron. Oh.
How did what? I don't
Which part of
understand
this confuses you?
how this judge knows anything about us.
Well, we're not the most.
You're going to get so much more confused here shortly.
We're not the most stealthy.
Don't
I
you
mean,
know that the world revolves around us?
You're right. Truly, everything here revolves around what we're doing, and we are the most important
No,
people on this
I'll
station.
bow to this guy and hopefully he leaves. Unless
Yes,
is he
He
expecting
quickly
anything else?
scampers off and
Cool.
disappears into a
I'll walk
very
inside and
expensive
hand,
luxury
Job well
coach.
done.
that was-
And I
hand the
will
letter
follow
to
her
Kasim.
inside.
Kasim, Mike, over here, please.
Yes. Oh, I stay over there. I'm not Kasim. I'm
It's like
here.
Takir, please.
I'll look confused.
Sorry.
I hand
Sorry.
Kasim the letter. Make sure this isn't poisoned and I'm not going to die in 5 minutes. Mike,
If you
I
think
need you.
if you think it's poison, why are you giving it to me?
You're
hold
a
it and let me-
scientist.
It's a letter. I mean, do you want him to lick it, or you're not going to eat it?
He
It's a letter.
has
It smells funny.
I look at the
Feels
letter.
good.
Is the letter poisoned?
he has a portable laboratory on him, I remind him.
It smells of jasmine.
It smells like jasmine. There's nothing wrong
Get
with
out
it.
your lab and do some tests on it or something, Kasim, please.
No,
Mike,
we are
I
in a
need you to
random
go
living
repair a
room.
window.
I lick the letter.
You lick the letter. This letter is probably worth more than your entire. You lick. Okay, lick the letter.
That is a pie move, good sir. This is
If
trademark.
you want to run a test
infringement.
on it, give me a technology test with a +1.
And Mike, go repair the window in Aram's
Wait.
room.
Why can't you do science?
I mean, would you rather do science?
I mean, it would be the same roll for me either way.
Fair enough.
What do you mean
Why
repair?
is he
This
having
is
to roll
a
for something that's kind of universal.
because he's trying to detect and see if there's like a bomb or anthrax or anything like that inside of it.
I mean, I
Well,
licked it, so if that didn't do anything, then I think
So
it's
you
fine.
you pull out your expensive testing kits. You start running, complex analyses on it, breaking it down, tearing off a very small clip of the very expensive calligraphied envelope, place it in, run a screen of analyses on all known poisons in the universe, everything. Takes you about half hour, 45 minutes, and it comes back positive for Jasmine.
Why would
Fantastic.
Jasmine show up in a test for poisons?
Because it's very stinky.
I mean, if
Does-
you have
Why
a
would
Jasmine,
Jasmine show up in a test for poison?
if
You
you have a
test it for
Jasmine
everything.
allergy, that could be lethal, sir.
what
Mhm.
he isn't telling us is that Jasmine on Coriolis is the fucking dick pox, bro. Like, you get all sorts of nasty.
All right,
I
Mike, you
sma-
have
I
30
smacked
minutes to
the test
repair the
machine.
window.
Yeah,
I
you
smack
what?
the test
repair the
machine and
window.
complain about.
Repair the window.
Who's repairing the window?
I am.
Mike is.
Mike is repairing the window. Okay. So I guess, what is that? Technology, maybe? I don't fucking know.
Probably.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a
Dexterity?
technology roll.
Tech.
Let's see if you can
works.
fix it.
Dude, what, he roll like 50 dice?
Why do
Yeah.
you think I appointed both of them to do what I told them to?
All right, so you go into the room and she is still distressed over her son being unconscious. Uh, she just saw one of you idiots very loudly after trampling a bunch of her other son's toys break open the screen window and crawl out. So the screen is now laying in the alley. So you have to crawl out the window into the alley to get the screen off the ground, and then you manage to mostly fix it back to the window and then go back inside.
I admire my handiwork. And then
Why?
leave.
Why are the windows screened?
Because they like having it look as natural as
'Cause
possible. They have
that way there's no
mosquitoes
bugs.
periodically released on the station.
I guess.
Look, it's probably a first comer thing.
Probably.
I go back to the living room and
It's
sit
an
on the
HOA
couch.
thing.
Isn't my character a first comer?
Oh, are you a first comer?
Let's see.
One of us was.
I am.
I'm-
Most of us are.
Yeah, I think it's the other one.
I am a plebeian. I know that.
Upper left. What's your origin?
Zenithian.
So then you are not.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
I choose my words carefully.
Ain't nobody cares.
All right. So y'all have gotten an official invitation to what you guys know as one of the more ritzy restaurants in Coriolis.
What time? It's
We'll say 6 p.m. for dinner.
6.
Well, here's the thing. If they know this much about us, they're gonna just be there when we show up.
They're going to already be there. They have people
Yeah,
there.
exactly. They're gonna just be on their way there as soon as we leave. They'll have people tell them, "Hey, show up," and they'll be waiting for us when we walk in the door.
So fashionably late then.
There's no such thing. They won't move until
They already
we
knew
do.
we were somewhere on this part of the station, unless they sent couriers running everywhere.
Yeah,
They
all
knew
right,
what
fine.
GanjaCon looked like.
Captain, double or nothing.
Oh, I hold my hand out. That'll be 5 credits.
Double or nothing.
For what?
That they have us go examine wherever this emissary lives because of this.
They're gonna ask us to look into the emissary
Yeah.
that they kidnapped.
No, this isn't the one. This isn't the kidnapper.
Who is this then?
I think this is some third party high up. They're not part of the order. Do we know this name?
You can research it on the public net if you want.
Sure. I'm gonna do a quick search of whoever this person is. What are the first few links?
All right, so you do some look on the what do you call it, the infonet, and let's see. I'm looking. Let's see. Do any of you have the consortium talent?
No.
Is that a special talent? No, that you have to buy. I don't think any of us have any
Oh,
talents
fuck
like
it.
that.
I'll just give it to you. You pull up her Wikipedia page. Basically, it's just some general information about her. Judge Kurahan is a Zenthurian who has risen quickly in her career after ruling in a series of high-profile cases at the station. So she's well known. She's been on a few cases that, basically very quickly. Think of her like she was on the Amber Heard trial's a terrible version, but like I don't know, like the OJ trial.
Yeah, so she's a judge handling trials,
Correct.
and what's weird is the judge signed the paperwork under the precept of the gambler.
None of us follow the
Hey
gambler.
Jay, can you
I
mute
do.
your mic?
Hmm.
We're
The
getting a lot of
gambler's
clicks.
mine.
Sorry.
Clicky click.
Well, she said, "May the gambler be with you."
Yeah, but like for a judge, like it's interesting that the judge didn't sign something like "May the judge be with you." Right?
Fair.
She chose the gambler, and I don't think that was accidental. That's like saying "May luck be on your side," right?
Fair.
So
But what did the jasmine mean?
I think that's just her calling card. I think she's rich, she can afford it. Jasmine's not something that's grown on station. It has to be bought from a planet,
She
shipped here,
also
and used as
made the
perfume.
R's very fancy. Like her handwriting is impeccable. That
Right,
has to mean something too.
She said, "Look, I'm just saying it's odd that it's the gambler. I'm just pointing that out because you don't normally sign official communications with, "Hey, please come meet me here. I want to talk about something. May luck be with you." Like that's not how that's usually ended.
I think the first note that something is off here is the fact that a judge knows my name. I'm a very important person to myself and my crew, but nobody else knows.
To be fair,
Bizarre.
Captain, the ship is registered in your name.
Yeah, so yes, but if you go outside and you ask anybody on the street, they're not going to know who we are.
You're right. You're absolutely. I'm not disagreeing.
None of the
with that.
judges in this city should know who I am.
I'm saying this letter doesn't make sense, so there's clearly something more to this. There is some second stage that this judge is involved in, right? That
Well,
wherever
we don't really
they're
have
playing,
any other
we're
leads. We
testing.
either go get
Well,
some dinner
We have to
or
go.
we go to the sanatorium.
I don't want to poke the order. When the order seems to be the clear threat here, I'd rather go to the judge.
Or we go to Luxury Planet.
Captain, we need to make money. The judge has money.
Made
The judge
5,500
has
credits.
money. That's not enough to pay off our debts this month.
How much is it for a month?
14,000, I think.
For a month?
Yeah.
1 month.
Yes,
Are you
Captain.
sure that's not a year?
I don't
I
think so,
need
Captain, but I can double check.
special sushi from Japan. So kind
From
of
where?
expensive. Sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of rough considering Japan no longer exists and a gateway to Earth no longer exists. But
I was not
Sorry,
talking
Captain.
about.
We need
Earth
5,000 a
Japan.
month.
That's what I thought. Okay. So technically, we've made a profit. We have an entire month to do this again. Like, I know how to make money, but yes.
But if we
You convinced me at they have money.
okay,
yeah, you know the restaurant that she's invited you to.
Something we probably can't even get into.
Yeah, I mean,
Normally.
like this would be the equivalent of something that has like a waiting list for years.
Gordon Ramsay
know.
as the chef.
No, Gordon Ramsay would be like McDonald's compared to this
Oh,
place. I
man.
mean, this place is like this is the kind of place where somebody will wipe your butthole for you when you go to the
Okay, so the
bathroom.
Queen of England lives here.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
I start rifling through the fridge for a beer.
What are you?
You're
We are
literally
leaving.
fixing to go to dinner and you're stealing.
I'm gonna grab Mike as he goes towards the kitchen.
Please, Mike.
We've been here for hours.
It's been 30 minutes.
Well,
I'll
no,
slap a date in his hand and come on, we're going to dinner.
Where the fuck do you even get this?
Oh,
As I
they were
munch on
giving.
it.
They've been giving me them for hours, so I just slipped some in a pocket as snacks.
In your
So-
pocket. Whatever. All right, let's roll out, crew.
All right, y'all are leaving.
Yes.
We have a date.
All right. Are y'all heading to the restaurant now?
Yeah, as inconspicuously as possible.
Okay. Are y'all gonna make any changes to anything before y'all go, or y'all just going as is?
Sure. As we walk out, I'll
I
say,
will
all right.
text Althea. This just got a whole lot bigger. Stay hidden. I'll contact you when it's safe.
Kasim, or anybody who is, I don't know what the capabilities of my crewmates are anymore. You all, I will have some thoughts when we get back to the ship, but which one of you, and raise your hand, do you think would be at best at sweeping us to make sure none of us are bugged or being tracked or anything like that?
I'll
Perhaps
raise
me.
my hand.
Then please. Make sure we're clear. This letter found us somehow.
Okay, what am I rolling, Pyro, to search it, to give everyone a pat down?
Or is that just a success?
As far as you can tell, there are no devices. You don't see any trackers. As far as you can tell, you're fine.
Good. Then we go to dinner.
So
What
you're going
about
to
it?
dinner as is. Okay.
Yeah, we'll clean and make sure people are cleaned up and don't look terrible. I am in exquisite clothing myself.
Can you be more specific?
I'm in a suit.
Okay, so you went and you go back to the ship and change into a suit?
No, I am in a suit. I am always in a suit.
Now, when you say a suit, do you mean a space suit or you mean
A tux.
Look at his character art.
A several-piece tuxedo.
Bow tie.
I will
You're
take
cool.
off the power armor.
You're Kasim? Okay, so
He's
you're
got
in
the
a suit.
exosuit on.
All right, Mike Martin.
Kasim is not in a suit. Kasim is still wearing his tattered lab coat.
Okay, so you're in a lab coat. Mike Martin's got a suit on. Isla, what are you wearing?
Whatever the equivalent of like a very like silken almost captain's formal wear. Like
Okay, so
kinda
you got
fancy
your
Star
dress
Trek.
blues on, basically.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically yes.
Ganji, what are you wearing?
I'm wearing one of those very high level kimono, like elegant,
Okay,
very
so it's a nice
traditional.
kimono. Okay.
Yes.
He puts his shirt back on.
And then Lost, what are you wearing?
Green burlap sack.
No. I'll throw on my dress blues as well.
Okay. All right. And none of you are a courtesan, right?
No.
Okay.
You guys all carry extra clothes with you?
I was already wearing this. I'm the captain.
Yeah, yours is a little scuffed up though because you did climb out a window. So
It's true, but that's why I
this is
said
a
we'd try
little-
to clean ourselves up a bit.
yours is a little dusty. All right. So you guys arrive at Al Kamar's. As you guys enter, a smart maitre d intercepts you. Hello, gentlemen. How may I help you? And
We
while he
are
says that, he looks at Mike Martin, or not Mike Martin, like at Kasim, like he's covered in shit.
He'll ignore the looks.
Ignore
We
him. He's
are-
just our butler.
That
Like dressed like that. He's your
he
butler.
is our
Unfortunately.
science officer.
Your science officer butler.
No, he's not a butler. He's just our science officer. Mike Martin here has been giving me a hard time recently.
Right.
About getting a butler.
Yes. He will not let me forget. But we
How
are
can I
looking
help
for
you, gentlemen?
we are meeting somebody here for dinner.
Right. Sure you are.
We
I'll
show him the letter.
Yeah, I was like, I'll reach into Kasim's backpack. and
Oh,
pull out the
my
letter.
apologies, gentlemen. I had no idea.
I assume you can smell the jasmine from
His
there.
attitude changes almost immediately and goes from being haughty and arrogant and fuck y'all, get out of here to bending over backwards and fawning over you.
That's more
And,
like it.
I will have to ask though that all weapons and armor and the special gadgets, and she kind of wiggles her hand or wiggles his hand at Mike Martin's gear need to be left at the front desk.
That is fine. I'll take it off and just toss it at him. Just inelegantly. Just here you go.
He catches it like he just caught literally a bag of shit. And,
Now, are we actually giving him all of our weapons, or are we just pretending to and keeping the
That
invisibility?
is up to you, but I will pull my gun out and put it on the counter or wherever he indicates.
I'm pretty sure the guy's on the floor now,
You
so
have
to
a
just
pair of
toss
brass
them.
knuckles. I doubt they're gonna find those.
Don't I also have like a bunch of Chinese stars and like fucking a katana and a bunch of other shit?
Probably not.
I don't
yeah,
think
you have
so.
brass knuckles and a book.
Drugs.
You might have like a blunt katana that you bought at a store, but it doesn't
Ooh.
really work in combat.
I forgot about the character's background with drugs. That's right. Okay.
Remember, they're actually useful healing drugs. They're not just drugs.
Yeah,
I
I
drink the
know.
health
I mean,
potion.
that green baby, it's very healing, I tell you.
Oh, Lord help us. All right. Before I get into this, I need to hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Yep.
I'll do
I'm
that.
with
So we're about to have a dinner meeting
With the judge
with
at Alkamar's?
a judge at Akmar's, Adamar's, Alatamar's.
I didn't see it on the locations.
Yeah. I want to say the closest thing would be
Uh,
C2, Alcide's Emporium.
That's opium.
Oporium.
Yeah, do you know what they have in an oporium?
That is odd that it's not a location of interest on there.
Mm-hmm.
Alcamar's.
I mean, it'd be the headquarters, maybe, but even then, that doesn't seem right.
A restaurant.
Yeah.
There's plazas and meeting places is where I thought it could be. Or, like cantinas. Those are the two only places, but it's not here, so. We're somewhere on the station.
Probably somewhere on the ring.
Talking with the judge. Kasim and Mike and Ganjakan try to keep the comments to a minimum. If this judge is like all the others, it's going to be a speak only when spoken to situation. We have enough enemies as it is. And Dakir, feel free to respond if Noor comes up.
Understood, Captain.
Let us try to hold the cards, as many as we still have.
I start shuffling the deck.
All right, I'm back. Everybody else back?
Yep.
Your brother is still.
Cool. Wait on
He's
him
back.
for a sec.
Enough.
He's back enough. Fucked up. Ain't that cool?
While we wait, you can make up a location where we are on the station.
I already know where you are.
Point to it.
Let's see. Okay, now the dog wants out. All right, give me 2 seconds. Be right back. Okay,
Going to get the
we'll go.
voodoo.
We'll go.
I can't believe we beat the judges here.
Right? We're just tapping our foot.
Do 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 do.
Well, the one good thing about being smugglers, boys, is we don't really have enough money to afford weapons. So when they say give up your weapons, they're like disappointed. We don't pull out 29 different guns to each of us.
No, just carrying a 1,000-pound loader frame. That's it.
Aren't you wearing that?
I tossed it to the guy. He said take it off, so I took it off and tossed it at him. He's
Uh-huh.
probably crushed under it by now.
Yeah, maybe it's a lightweight, like, super material.
I would hope so, otherwise the guy's dead.
Like fiberglass titanium.
Ooh, it's made out of jasmine. The super material of Coriolis.
I'm back.
Stab him.
Didn't even know you left.
As a reminder, Captain, silence is often one of their most valuable tactics, or turning questions back on us.
You interrogate people a lot or get interrogated by judges?
No, Captain. Just have participated in negotiations before of certain natures.
I, too, am pretty good at negotiations.
That's why they were just reminders, Captain.
I have a feeling the gods above us will make it so they are not silent.
More as in the silence is a tactic to be used to encourage you to break it instead.
What was our double or nothing again?
If they're going to send us to investigate the emissary's living space.
Did we ever shake on that?
Yes.
That's
'Cause
why, we didn't shake on it.
I didn't let your hand go when you demanded the 5 until after we agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Technically a shake.
You were constantly shaking, therefore it never stopped.
Pretty much.
All right, I'm back. JJ back?
Back enough.
So no. Okay.
We told him not to talk, so does it really matter?
We said not unless he was spoken to. I was
I mean-
surprised when he didn't complain, but it was because he was gone.
That's fucked up.
We'll give him
I
a,
told-
he went to the bathroom. We'll give him a synopsis when he catches up.
All right,
I
fair
told
enough.
everyone else that as well.
Okay. And Lax, you're back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you guys get more or less ushered in after being de-weaponified.
Can
what's
I
his-
hide mine in my Kafkin?
What are you hiding?
My accelerator pistol. Tiny.
It's a pistol. Yeah, you're fine.
Cool.
You're fine. I mean, they're not going to slam you up against the wall and frisk you. It's more of like an honor system, unless you're, carrying armor and shit like that. So, all right.
Most of us de-gunned, so no suspicion.
Fair. All right. It would have been kind of hilarious if one of you pulled a gun out and then 2 knives and then a hammer and then a pistol.
We
and
talked about that, but we're too poor for that.
And while they're watching that, I
Listen,
just quietly slip
The
mine
one,
back
the
into
one
my
good
jacket.
thing, the one good thing about being poor smugglers is when someone says "put your weapons on the table," we have a toothpick and a rusty pistol between all of us.
The
It's
maitre d'
quick and
looks at
easy.
you like, really? That's it?
That's all we got, man. We're come on, man. Don't make fun of us.
All right. So as you enter, a low, soothing Baria, I'm not sure what the hell that is, hangs gently in the air above Alkemar's luxurious decor and refined conversations. Waiters in white uniforms, courtesans in richly embroidered dresses, and tasteful, discreet laughter from the guests form a sophisticated potpourri around you as you are escorted to a corner table facing the glittering darkness of the void outside. The emerald green sphere of Kua, which is the planet, shines at you from the other side of the glass dome in the ceiling. But despite the splendor around you, your attention is immediately drawn to your dinner companion at the table, a large, imposing woman on a divan, which I think is like a pillow, A silent, stern-looking warrior in full combat dress behind her, one of the judicators by the looks of it, and a beautiful, well-dressed hijra, probably a courtesan on a cushion on the floor. So the person at the table is Judge Kurahan. The judicator's name is Akuba, I think. And Apion is the judge's courtesan for the evening. She welcomes you, and you guys are offered hot towels by Apion to rub your faces, hands, and feet with, after which dinner can begin. And then the courtesan, I don't know how to fucking say it, is sitting. The judge is sitting, but the adjudicator is not.
If I'm not mistaken, the Barya is like a sound.
Gotcha.
So it's like
Music.
yeah, it's like a low pitched music.
Ambience.
All right. So as you guys approach, the courtesan stands up perfectly in a choreographed motion, gives you guys hot towels and offers to take your heavy clothes, shoes, or any other gear that you would like to give her. And as she's taking anything you want to give her, she's more or less massaging your shoulders and kind of just sucking all the stress out of your limbs and whatnot. And she's just really making you all comfortable as she sees to pretty much any and all of your needs. You can tell that she's a very talented masseuse and knows what she's doing, so to speak, and very quickly kind of sets the tone for the meal. It's a very laid back, very relaxed, almost experience that you guys are having. All right. So as that kind of concludes and whatnot, the judge kind of takes over for the welcome, my friends, welcome. I hope you will find your stay here memorable. It is quite the place, is it not?
Extremely memorable.
Apion is quite talented when it comes to finding those hard to get pressure points that just help melt away at all of the troubles that you may or may not have. I know my job is quite stressful. I'm assuming, being a smuggler or salvager or trader or whatever it is you like to call yourself.
Entrepreneur.
Right, of course. I'm sure that has its own levels of stress, especially when you're dealing with, I don't know, spores that turn people into zombies. I can't even imagine how stressful that was.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right. And getting rid of the crew out the airlock was quite ingenious, I must say. Definitely takes care of that problem. So it doesn't raise its ugly head. I can't even imagine what would have happened if even a drop of that had gotten back to a planet.
I can assure you that I only throw waste out of my ship.
Right. I like how you all work, which is why I have asked you here today. I need a neutral third party that is not already bought and paid for by certain groups, if you understand what I mean.
We work for the highest bidder.
Right, but hopefully I've beaten everyone else to the bidding.
Well, sadly, our name is not as wide known as it probably deserves to be.
Fair enough. And that's probably quite helpful in your line of work to kind of slide under the radar like that.
It has helped in the past.
Well, as you may know, we have a bit of a problem on Coriolis at the moment with certain people disappearing and
We heard the broadcast.
yes. Well, I didn't just mean the emissary. I'm sure you guys are aware of the missing mystics. I believe Nor, was it, is your friend? And she points at you last.
Yes.
Yes, it is. It is quite tragic what is going on with these mystics. They, well, politics and religion aside, it is no one deserves to be treated that way. And now with the emissary, this could be very bad very quickly. And I would like to find a way to resolve this, maybe unofficially.
Well, unofficial is our specialty.
Right, right. So we need to kind of figure out what is going on here, maybe get some cold hard facts on who is involved. I know there are certain people who've been bought and paid for already, which is why I can't have the guard do this and why you are here. I know you guys, having just arrived here today, you probably don't have any affiliations or any real ties other than Nor, of course, pointing again at your lost. And I would be able to assist you in, say, opening some doors to very quickly allow you into areas that you would not be able to get to without my help, as well as give you some protections from other groups.
That all sounds well and good, but the bottom line that we mainly care about is what monetary benefit is there for us.
Well, if war breaks out and everyone is shooting at everyone, it will be very hard for you to do any business at all.
On
If,
Coriolis, true.
well,
There are
as you
smaller systems that stay neutral.
and you think they will stay neutral with a religious crusade going on?
That's why we have a ship.
Right.
People always need entrepreneurs.
Yes, I guess that is true, but at a certain point, you have to pick a side, because if you don't, one will pick one for you, if you get my drift. And you have made some very powerful enemies just with your investigations over the past few days. My friend Akuba here will be able to give you access to the emissary's apartment, and you can see exactly what type of enemy you have made. Regardless of whether you wish to help me, you will have to deal with them or they will deal with you. And without my assistance, I'm afraid you will join your spore friends floating in space if you are lucky.
And that would be a waste.
I, of course, agree. I would rather you work with me and we defeat those that are trying to hurt you and others, and everyone wins. Well, except for them, of course, and no one loses.
What exactly do you need us to do?
I need you to find out and get me proof of who is involved and making these mystics disappear. Hopefully, find the emissary alive and well, or at least alive, and hopefully put a stop to this before it gets any worse, because we are very, very close to total war. And as like the last time, no one will be able to stay on the outsides of this one. We have a very fragile peace. And once the religious zealots start shooting, pretty much everyone's going to die or have to get on board. Plus, you will be
Yep.
able to find your friend Noah, assuming he is still alive.
That would be good. He does owe us some money. Which
And
brings us back to the point.
I'm sure there will be plenty of financial compensation as time goes on once we have more information. The emissary is extremely well connected and very powerful. Having her and me as an ally would definitely help your pocketbooks.
Since Burr is out of the table until apparently we complete this deal, are there any other more physical needs you can meet so that we can accomplish this?
Did you just ask him for a blowjob?
No.
Just saying.
Hold my hand up to GanjaCon. Please.
What needs do you need to have rectified?
By
sir?
physical, I mean keeping us alive.
Ah, yes. Well, as you can see, Akuba here, and she points at the incredibly decked out Judicar standing next to her. You would know that this is a. Judicars are pretty much well known as being badass, and it's kind of like having her own personal space marine with her. Akuba will assist you in anything that you need, as well as protect you, and if needed, can help convince anyone who may need convincing, if you get my drift. He can get you into the emissary's apartment. I've cut all of the red tape. You can perform your investigation there. We have already started our forensic analysis. The two of you combined should be able to quickly locate the cause of the problem and rectify it before it gets out of control.
Fair enough.
I would then, of course, want you to report anything you find out to me, and I can help with the station's law enforcement issues.
What
Here's
about
my-
the 3 guards that I don't know if you know about them or not, but the Zalosians?
I am aware that some of the gods have been compromised. I do not believe the men you are looking for are actual Coriolis gods. I believe they are another faction pretending to be Coriolis gods, and there may be a infection in the god leadership somewhere. You
Hopefully
would
not
have
of the spore type.
no, thankfully, no. Just the corrupt, thieving bastard type.
Good old fashioned.
You could probably root that out if you chose and deal with it.
That would cost extra.
Oh, I can happily deal with that on my own or have Okuba do it. I am mainly concerned about the missing mystics and the emissary. Those are my primary objectives.
Okay. We'd be happy to assist in finding evidence on these disappearances, locating or rescuing this missing deity, and preventing cataclysmic war across the entire known systems.
Wonderful.
And upon completion, we will negotiate proper monetary compensation.
I'm sure we'll be able to work something out. Akuba will
Fantastic.
stay with you. He will, or she will, assist you in any way that you need. You'll be able to reach her if you need to. And here is my direct link that you can reach out to me. Although, please only do so in emergencies. I am a very busy woman. But Okuba should be able to handle any issues that you arise. And again, should something emergency happen. you have my details.
Fantastic. I'll hold my hand out.
She gives you her private communicator link or whatever.
I'll take it, hand that to Dakir.
I'll slip it into a pocket after memorizing the number.
All right. Well, at that point, it just goes back to a nice laid back evening, unless there's questions you have.
I would like to, at some point, something's bothering me about this conversation.
Something you want to talk about after or during?
No, I want to find a way to. She's a judge. Why, like, yeah, societal, but why a judge? Why?
In terms of why she's doing this?
Yeah.
Presumably for power.
Right, but if she's this, it's why is the judge the one that's this connected, and why, like, if
Maybe she's a mystic.
that's the part I'm interested in, is why is she so interested in this? And so I want to try and probe at that if I can.
Okay.
Because I think I don't think she's being completely honest. I think there's something else here that's valuable to her, because the loss of the emissary is bad on a societal level, but for smugglers, war is a good thing.
That's what I told her.
So
keep in mind, just throwing this out, that the way travel works in Coriolis is through gates. And with the coming of the emissary, one of the gates has already been shut down. So that locks you guys off. The last major war was called the Portal Wars, that more or less broke travel up for quite some time and has just now more or less come back to where you can get around and open trade.
Right. But
feel free to ask your questions, Lost.
Ask them or tell me to ask them, depending on how you want to.
What was the judge's name again?
You've also got manipulation. You could use manipulation.
Judge Karan?
Corando.
You want me to beat her ass?
No.
No.
The adjudicator would beat yours.
I can do the manipulation thing that I do.
Yeah. Keep in mind, you are unarmed, and she has basically a stormtrooping death god behind her.
We want to do persuasion.
Dumbass. I ain't worried about him.
Yeah. Have you seen the picture of fucking Akuba?
No, you'd have to show it.
Let's see how I can do that.
Plus, we're taking a job from her.
I don't know how I show you guys Akuba.
It's a handout.
If it's a handout, you'd have to,
It's not a handout. If you go to Coriolis Emissaries Lost NPCs,
they don't have those visible.
View token artwork, show player. There you go.
There you go. Just like a
Boba Fett
from Boba Fett.
Yeah, and like I said,
or
Judicators are well known to be bad motherfuckers.
They have a Mandalorian reputation.
Yeah.
Judge Corondel, I understand the societal ramifications of this, but truthfully, as far as I understand it, the main religious power of the order should be rejoicing at the loss of the emissary. If that's the case, you so worried about all this?
Let's just say I have a personal interest in making sure the mysticides are dealt with.
I'll wink it. You, Takir.
Dakir.
Like, yeah, we're both thinking.
If you want to try a manipulation roll, you can.
What is
Or
my
whoever
manipulation?
has the good manipulation can try it.
Good manipulation.
I think I do.
Yours is not bad. I don't think, but mine's.
I think his is.
Oh, I have 1.
We
Yeah,
have a 6 total. He has high empathy.
yeah, he's got really high empathy, whereas the captain's sitting at an 8.
I'm at max from start. I'd rather negotiate than manipulate unless those are the same thing.
Right. It's all into the same role. It's
Yeah,
any
it's
kind of
basically
manipulation.
just your way to convince her, more or less. Think of it like a
Yeah.
charisma check.
You want me to? I'll hold Dakir. Dakir, if she is a mystic, we could potentially ask. We could do it in some sort of code to make her feel better.
I don't think it's her.
What, her daughter? A
Someone-
child, a
someone
friend,
related.
a lover?
And from the Wikipedia article, does the judge have any children?
She has a son.
Would Dakir have told me that?
I don't know. Would the cure told you that?
I'm gonna be like, I'll kind of let us go back into the meal after that conversation. And probably, like 20, 30 minutes later, as we're into like then a few courses in. Tell me, Judge, how's your son? I heard he had the news was just talking about him getting into that school, wasn't it?
She kind of looks at you a little cockeyed, and you can see you may have struck a chord with her, and to maybe step carefully.
You're gonna get shot. That's how you get shot. How's your son?
Elena's fine.
Good,
He's
good. I
doing
just
well.
remembered that there was a news article about his recent success, and I just wanted to congratulate you on raising him so well. That's all it was. I just remembered it.
Thank you. We are quite proud and happy with his success.
I'm trying to make Dakir seem like he's very there's almost a like he's clearly not trying to be rude, but they're like when he like catches something, he's like just asking about it, not in a like rude way, but just like an, oh yeah, I just remembered this random factoid, just to fill the conversation, almost appearing as if he can't handle the silence of the meal. And so he's just trying to add conversation at different points.
Fair.
And so he'll, after that, interject with another couple of random polite anecdotes or questions going through the rest of the meal to kind of murky the waters.
Fair enough.
But I think that's all I have at this point, unless the others have anything they want to know.
Anybody else?
Nope.
All right. Well, as your meal concludes, the judge thanks you for coming out. Do let me know if you need my assistance. Otherwise, Akuba will stick with you and make sure any of your issues and our needs are dealt with. I bid you all a great day.
We bid you farewell as well, and we will make sure that no other mystics disappear.
I would appreciate that.
And I look into her eyes as I say that to see if she's like worried specifically about that.
She nods at her courtesan, and the two quickly exit the building. Or to the back of the building.
Out a window.
No, not a window.
I-
Akuba stays with you. So
Nice.
I've got a question for the gym because the list isn't a physical thing that I can just look at. Aram's list.
uh-huh.
Is the sun on it?
No, his name is not on the list.
Cool. Just wanted to
Of
double
people
check.
disappeared. No.
Okay. And there's been no announcements about the sun disappearing or anything like that, right?
No, but there has been 15 plus mystics that have disappeared, and now the emissary has disappeared.
Right. I'm putting up dots on my pin board at the moment.
Fair.
He's getting the red yarn out.
The Charlie board, gotcha.
Like,
Gotcha.
I'm out of yarn again.
Your
Alright.
conclusion could be that if someone was a mystic or had a friend or loved one that was a mystic, they would be very concerned. And you have heard reference that this is now starting to be called the mysticides, where something is taking mystics out,
Mm-hmm.
more or less.
All right. So we're on a time window. Also,
Kind of.
I also quietly just hold my hand out to the captain as we're like getting ready to leave the building.
I never shook on that. Let us call it even.
It was a double or nothing, Captain.
And I never shook on the double or nothing, but I'm willing to have no money, part hands.
So we shouldn't worry about the 500 bearer I put into everyone's accounts?
What?
A separate matter, Kazim.
Just making sure everyone had the money for the bets that were made. After all, it was a double or nothing.
I never shook on that, and if you're going to put money into our accounts, you have to let us know so we can put the money into our
He
accounts.
did let us know, Captain.
When?
Earlier on.
About an hour
Vocally?
ago.
No, Captain.
I require vocals.
You might have been crawling out of a window at the time.
Well, everybody else, make sure you put 500 burr on your character sheet as well.
I will record that the captain is not honest to his bets.
Ooh.
Never bet.
Ooh.
To be fair, Captain, you did shake on the first one and then did a double or nothing. It
And I
kinda
won the
is
first
the
one.
same
I
bet.
did not say yes to the double or nothing.
You then checked on it later, implying that you had agreed upon it.
Implications do not mean fact.
Implications will stand up in court, Captain.
Are you taking your captain to court?
No, just a space captain.
Do you want 5 burr?
Did you just threaten to space the captain?
No, it's just a statement of fact. I have to fly him around.
He's the chauffeur. He just wants to get paid for it.
I hand you 5 burr because I like you, Dakir.
Thank you, Captain. I didn't like the year my money was adding up to. This one is much better.
As y'all are leaving, hang on, I have to lose some DP here. It's gonna be rather gruesome. As you guys are leaving,
Let me grab our stuff.
you walk past a local bar and you catch a news report of a local family has had a horrible tragedy. And one of the premier chefs in the region who had been winning many, many awards for her baklava has passed along with her entire family when a gas explosion took out their apartment and everyone inside of it. The mother, the father, and several children are all dead.
Well, that clears up that loose end.
And
Yeah, I don't have to get married now.
looks like Aram and his family are no longer with us.
The parents I don't care about.
Well,
Aram is
it's
probably a
good
good
thing
thing
I got their
for
money
us.
before he went away.
But if somebody takes out kids,
Yeah.
that's going too far.
I mean, does Aram count as a kid?
No.
He's an
Okay.
old enough man.
If
Well,
you're
you-
in college, you're not a kid.
Well, then
Unless you're a prepubescent genius who has skyrocketed through school.
So Doogie Howser. Okay. What about his sister? His older sister.
I'm just
Or,
glad I
sorry,
don't have to get
Younger
married.
sister. Oh,
I was about to say, if it's older, then who gives a
sorry,
shit?
I meant younger sister. I think she was 16 or 17. So
Oh, then yeah, no, that's like
It's
It's
kind of
borderline.
hand wavy.
borderline.
I'd say that's too far. You don't like she hasn't done anything of her own recognition yet. Like
Do you?
I would have been fine if they had wiped out the parents and him.
Wow.
But like that's like I wouldn't have liked it. But that would have been business. Children are not business.
All right, let's get started. Let's find proof of who's done this. And if we confirm that they had anything to do with this directly, we put them down.
Do you want to head back to his apartment or?
Now, well, we're not finding anything there.
Not with a
Okay.
gas explosion.
The only
We
thing
can
we'll
always
find there is
ask,
crater.
Yeah.
Akuba, can you take us to the emissary's apartment?
Of course. Follow me. She leads you over to the Abhara floor in the spire. I'm not sure which one that is. One sec. Find. I think this is
The
that. We're in 2. Okay, so
Can we trust the Sakuva?
that's an excellent question.
If we can't, then we're all dead anyway.
Oh dear
Oh.
goodness.
okay. All right, so Akuba takes you over to the Abara floor in the spire. It's right on the slope by the waterfront. It's a 3-story building, partly built into the hill with balconies made from green Marin marble and ornate Sedalian granite archways, surrounded by smaller buildings, paths, orchards, and kuan vines and trees. The main house is empty, save for 3 modestly furnished rooms and a balcony on the 3rd floor facing the water. The front door is sealed, and the adjudicators have changed the entrance codes to close off the area. Akuba leads the way and lets you guys inside. And here's the following text. The apartment consists of 3 rooms and a small kitchen alcove. The kitchen is dusty and doesn't appear to have been used in a long time. The bathroom is spotless and empty, except for a few meticulously folded pairs of undergarments. Whoa. Hang on. Sorry, it just scrolled. The bedroom is perfectly ordered. The bed is made in beautiful craftsmanship, and a beautiful caftan hangs neatly folded over a chair next to it. The wardrobe contains about a dozen expensive modern outfits, complete with many layers of shawls and veils that the emissary has been seen in when it has been captured on a bulletin show or attended the council. An exquisite hand fan lies next to the bed. The sitting room is more interesting. There's clearly been fighting here. Overturned furniture, a shattered music station, and torn books strewn across the floor. A mosaic depicting men and women descending from the zenith. Takua covers most of the walls, but it is riddled with bullet holes, dotted black lines pointing towards a large pool of dark dried blood on the floor. And there are several other pools of blood and tracks that lead into the hallway. Tracks made by bodies being dragged. So I also want to point out up here in the main entrance out here, near marker 1, there was blood there as well. So basically, there's basically blood on the pathway in, blood on the doorway, and what looks like an impact crater of something. Not like a crater, but like something was slammed against the wall, more or less.
A
in
dent.
one of the areas. Well,
Crack.
A couple chips and cracks.
Paint missing.
A hole.
trying to put it.
The imprint of an ass on the wall.
No, it's more than that, but no, it didn't punch all the way through the wall, but it looks like something circular, fairly large, slammed into the wall.
So we're talking superhero movie, just plowed the guy into the wall. They didn't go through it, but they got stuck on it.
More like Captain America's shield.
Yeah, something like a table size was slammed into the wall.
All right, Kasim, start your analysis. See how old this blood is, unless you know Akuba.
We have a forensic analysis being run. I have not gotten the results yet. You are welcome to do your own independent analysis. I can get you the results as soon as I have them.
Could I get the preliminary report, Akuba?
I
A
will
copy
try
of
and
it?
get that for you shortly. Yes.
Thank you.
I will run my own test then.
Keep them
Alright.
brief, Kasim. We need quick results. We don't need them to be extremely accurate.
I'm going to do a quick test.
So on the blood analysis, I mean, obviously, it looks like at least one person was injured.
You don't say.
You are detecting 5 different individuals' blood samples and 1 Mirren blood from 1 person.
There's
There
at
are
least.
bloods. Go ahead.
I'll just relay that.
There are
Appreciate that.
blood stains around the door and on some of the books on the floor and in the cannonade outside. The blood outside is Elosian. The prayer rug on the floor also has a rather clear imprint of a bloody right hand, which is Mirren.
I relay all this information.
I rifle through the fridge. Anything good?
I was just about to say, do not touch anything unless you have to.
Look, it was a fine restaurant. They gave us like a slice of orange and called it good enough. That is not food.
You get 1 item.
I take the cake out and eat it.
All right, Dakir, you're the smartest one here. Try to see if you can figure out what actually happened. Kasim, keep doing more scans to see if you can find anything else out on suspicious items. You can switch off of the blood, maybe fingerprints, maybe, I don't know, whatever you can find out. Ganja Khan, keep watch on Mike and the entrance. Akuba, get us that report. And if we get attacked, kill the hell out of them.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you tell Kazim to do?
Kasim just needs to keep running tests on other things now.
I
And
need
what's
a
Mike-
science
what's
check
Mike
from
doing?
whoever's doing
Eating
the...
cake.
No, I actually need Mike for something. Mike, I need you to check something for me.
And what is that?
The security panel. How hard is it to tamper with? There has to be some form of security here, right? No, like it's not just a. Like
Yes,
there's
there
a
is
panel
a
on the wall,
surveillance
right?
system.
Is that like here? There looks like there's a. If I can actually draw, looks like there's a panel here on the wall.
Yeah, there is a full security system. Hang on 1 second. Let me see.
And this overall building is not isolated, correct?
What do you mean by that?
Like there are several other fancy structures around the area.
Around the area, yes, but nothing was reported. So, I mean, you see
But,
bullet
like-
holes in the wall, but there was no reports of shots.
What is in the region around the emissary's residence?
Other very fancy homes. And nothing was reported until the emissary went missing.
That's important.
Lax, give me a science check, please.
Modifier.
Just base. Well, shit. Okay. So you can tell there's blood, but you're not sure how many different people actually. My apologies. And then if you want to do
I will attest, if it is 3 or more, it gets incredibly difficult. So,
All mixes.
Yeah, because you got to figure it's mixed up at some point.
as someone who has done forensic analysis,
As a geneticist,
yeah, you can tell that multiple people were involved, but you're not sure how many.
that is completely accurate.
If you're wanting to do a test on the bullet stuff, then I need a ranged combat check. Any of you can do that.
Well, I can
Akira's
do
our
it.
best ranged combat, I think.
I'm skilled at range combat. Well, I'm doing that, and Kasim's recovering. Mike, are you trained in Datagen?
Not really.
He can do it,
Could
but he's
you
not good
help-
at it.
Now that Kasim's realizing he can't analyze the blood sample, could you two work together to investigate the security system for me?
I will help Kazim, yes.
Because the fact that didn't set off any alarms, I want to know more about what happened there. Yeah, you want me to make a range combat to try and
Yes, please.
do the bullets? Sure. Range combat. Oh.
I can
Fair enough.
assist you if you want.
Is it just a static modifier?
Yeah, just base. If you want to assist, you can go +1.
Cool.
I do have command, so I can roll that, I think.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he rolls it instead, and whatever he rolls is what I add.
Okay.
As the captain, I'm
Mhm.
special.
It's the power of the command help
Sure.
of the captain. But
Ta-da!
so I'd remove the last die, so I get just the limited success.
Okay. So you find a bullet hole. So let me try and draw this.
Wait,
so
did his
that you
roll
can-
not show up?
He's
No, it
privating
showed.
it if you want to
Oh.
switch it.
All
the
right.
public.
So y'all
Oh,
can see
my
my
bad.
cursor, right?
You're good. People who need to see it can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. So see right here between 3 and 4, this
Yes.
wall right here. You can see that is where the impact of whatever hit the wall, and it almost looks like something hit and then rippled out.
Mm,
And in the center of that is a bullet hole, sort of, but it looks different than the bullet holes, the other set of bullet holes. So this is like a stray bullet. By pulling it out of the wall, you notice that this bullet is unique. It's not a standard bullet, although you're not sure what, so you'd have to get it looked at. But it is not. It is not a regular bullet by any means, and there is something special about this round.
I mean, if it did that much damage to the wall,
Mm-hmm.
It did not do the damage to the wall.
okay, he can tell that.
It's pretty clear that something far greater did the damage to
Okay.
the wall. So my general understanding, and again, I'm just playing this out. The map doesn't necessarily match the description that was read to me,
Mhm.
but I'm trying to adapt what was read to me with what happened here. So it looks like we'll say that the bullet holes are over here on the left where my cursor is now. And this is where the damage, so to speak, was there are several bullet holes here.
Concentrated over there.
Yeah, and then there is one in the circle here against the wall. And so it looks like for some reason this bullet ended up here instead of over here. Does that make sense?
Looking at the bullets on the left do not match that one bullet on the right.
Well, no, it looks more like this bullet should be where those bullets are, but instead it's here.
Okay.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah. It's just the location's weird.
Correct. It doesn't look like it should be here because it's weird. So it almost looks like whatever caused this may have redirected the bullet to this location. All right. And you guys are looking at the security system?
Yes, Kazim and I.
Okay. So the security system is actually located in the basement. So Akuba escorts you two down to the basement. He opens the door and there's the whole security system here. You do some, I guess, go ahead and give me this is actually going to be a -2 data gen roll.
Lax, that's you.
So this is a very hard.
So minus
Roll.
1 because he's helping. or-
Yes.
Sure, -1. Yeah.
Hey.
Okay. Perfect. So you pull up you fire up the system and take a look because it has been shut down to keep a kind of a forensic state of the computers before, or as it was when it was done. Upon booting up, you realize that something is definitely wrong with the system. The time period of the attack, conveniently, there is absolutely no data. So the system was stopped and nothing was recorded at all. It's completely there is no evidence of that period. You do some research and you can see that there is a log of the last person to use the system, which would be Johar Kozar, which is the Zenithian ambassador. So it's basically the head ambassador for the Zenithians was the last person logged into this system. And
When was that?
Right before the maybe an hour
Okay.
before the attack.
Yeah, so he would have been the last one, period, before the attack.
Correct. He's the last person in the system. You can see that there is a data meme in there, which is basically Coriolis' version of a virus.
Yeah.
And it looks like
I think our ship has one of those.
Yeah, it looks like that is probably the culprit that caused this, and more or less that was turned on in the system, and that is what caused the gap and shut the system down. You also see there's no record after that. So basically, you have Johar Kozar logging into the system, and that's it. That's all you get from there. So, which also seems to kind of line up with what Akuba has told you, because there's absolutely no, there's a lot of blood here. It looks like there was a fucking war that went on here, but there were absolutely no reports. There were no reports of shots. There were no if somebody was killed here, you've got to get their body out. And it's not like you can just walk down the street to the car and throw somebody in it. There's clearly somebody was drug out of here, and that wasn't reported. And this is a very affluent neighborhood where people don't like that type of shit. So if something
Someone
had gone
powerful
on,
did this.
correct. This is like a member of Congress just got assassinated, and no one noticed, and no one called anything in.
That's because the president's the one that did it.
Ghost bitch.
How did we get to this part of the station?
With our feet.
Oh, we'll say that you took a tram to the area and then walked
Okay.
from the tram.
But like,
May
is this area like? Is there a known walkable path, or is it only accessible by tram?
Uh, I mean, there are multiple paths in and out, so to speak. Let's see.
Is it a gated community, essentially?
I honestly don't know. We'll say for all intents and purposes, it's not necessarily sealed off, but it's not necessarily sure for all intents and purposes. We'll say it's a gated community. You're not going to have a crowd of people walking by, so it's definitely going to be um, secluded. There's not a lot of foot traffic. If you were to drag 2 or 3 bodies out of here, it would be noticed normally.
And they turn the security back on and remove that data meme?
I guess if you wanted to.
Kasim and Mike,
Yes.
see if you can get that turned back on just in case and connect one of your communicators to it.
Kazim.
We'll attempt to turn it back on.
So you remove the data meme, say you get a backup of the system and everything comes back on like normal, although no one lives here anymore now that the emissary is gone. So
Just in case someone comes back to the scene of the crime.
fair.
They'll think it's safe. All right. Now I'm going to do a sweep of the area to make sure there's no traps, bugs, anything else. This is just an empty apartment where a lot of people got shot, but no one left anything behind. Malicious.
I mean, you've got the bullet holes. There's several rounds that you could extract if you wanted to. The forensics team that's already been through, they have extracted some of them, but not all of them. And
We'll keep the weird one, the weird
they
bullet
missed
off
the
on
one
side.
that you found. You do have a crime scene here that you could do more investigation on if you wanted to.
So we'll take the weird bullet and one of the bullets so we can compare and see if anything more is different except location. Okay. And Dakir, you search out here. Kasim and Mike look in the bathroom. Ganja Khan with me in the bedroom.
Really?
I'm
What are you
going to keep an
make-
eye on you.
He's going to have his way with you.
What are you going to be making me do?
Search.
Cavities.
What weapons they used? They were carrying carbines, right?
Yes, rifles.
Would the bullet match that type of rifle?
You can tell that the bullet is from a Vulcan carbine, but it is not a standard round.
Right, but it would be the kind.
Those guns could fire and they wouldn't have standard rounds. Knowing what we know.
And is it a unique round, or is it just one that's typically a more rare round?
You're not sure? You'd have to get it checked, I believe. 1 second. Let me see. Okay, you'd have to do a science check on it to get more information or take it to a gunsmith.
Okay.
So if you want to try and science it, you can. Otherwise, you'd have to take it to a gunsmith.
Duly noted.
We could rob the gunsmith, get more guns in the process.
No.
Oh, my bad. Liberate.
Search the bathroom for clues, Mike.
I searched the bathroom.
Who's in number 4 of the sitting room?
We are all kind of in there right now,
Okay.
but we're only Dakir's like actively searching.
So you failed the blood analysis. You can do a science check if you want for bullet information. Let's see.
Kasim can do that.
Let's see.
The residence itself.
What about it?
End statement.
There.
It's a building in which one person used to live.
Don't hurt your brain too much.
I can see the
Lot
steam
of
from
books,
here.
mural studies.
You can see the yarn coming out of his ears.
Mike, actually, before you check out the bathroom, I want you to go look for your booze. See if he had kept anything
You want me to go find beer?
here in the house. Yes.
I look for
Raise
beer.
my eyebrow. Dakir, what are you thinking?
There's nothing much in the fridge. You're not even sure if the emissary actually eats. It's just, it looks like basic. Think of it like a mini bar provided by a hotel. So there's
I
some
search.
3
basic,
bottles of water.
yeah. There's some water, some some tea,
They have like $25 written on them.
Is all
possibly. It doesn't look like there was anything in there that's been touched in a while and probably never even opened or used.
okay?
I search the bookcase for booze.
Oh my god.
You
No,
don't
no.
see any.
Once you tell me it's been all untouched, I gotta go back to whatever the captain was doing. The cure is clearly like pinboarding and is just grabbing random details that he's staring at this map about at this point.
Pi, you said you look at the bookshelf?
Yes.
So the bookshelf just seems to have books on basically all of the different known systems in the Third Horizon. A lot of stuff about the new arrival of the Zenithians and kind of all of that is entailed. It looks like somebody was basically just trying to learn about the current political spectrum going on and just trying to understand and absorb what's going on in the world today, so to speak.
So nothing of use. Got it.
Dumb question, but you may know. What are the 3 black orbs
The 3 black orbs
in the sitting room?
Speakers.
I'm not sure. Okay, so let me see.
I would think lamps.
Lamps. Speakers.
The only
from
reason I don't
busting
assume
system.
lamps is because there's none in any of the other rooms.
Let's see.
Stools.
I like the speakers.
So I don't know about speakers. We'll just say that they're lamps or something. There are 4 bowls in the room that are
yeah, I
on the
see those. I was
floor.
gonna deal with those later. That wasn't. I'm
There's
working my way
nothing
inward.
special about the black orbs. They just look like they're either lights or just decorations that came with the house, but nothing abnormal.
Okay.
They're probably cylinders because in between 3 and 4 there's another black
Yeah,
object.
it looks like a. I think you're right that it's some sort of audio system. The books are all out. The bowls spilled. The bowls are.
I
do
toss
feel-
you some rope. Here, do you need to pinpoint?
No.
Mike, go look in the bathroom.
The cure will start like tying a knot in the rope just to be fidgeting, with his hands while he thinks. Why would
I go look in the bathroom, as I'm finally told. Anything special in the bathroom?
No. It looks completely spotless, immaculate. Whatever happened here did not take place in the bedroom or the bathroom.
why was he unguarded?
Was he?
That's the question.
I look under the sink. Anything?
Nope.
Akuba,
Yes.
like the council, like you are probably part of a security detail assigned to the judge normally, yes?
More or less, yes.
All right, so you sure. It's typical for that level of politician to have security details. Yes?
It depends on the needs of the individual. The emissary is a unique example in that it is not a standard person and therefore has different rules. If the emissary had requested a security detail, one would have been provided. No request was made, and again, due to their special circumstances, one was not mandated.
Okay. So there were no physical guards, like
Keep in
security
mind, this
system.
person more or less says they're a god, so
Yeah.
does God need a protection?
You need God.
Apparently. It bled, therefore it died.
Well, it
Did
might
it
not be
though?
any of the God's blood. Right, Mike, with me in the bedroom.
I go to the bathroom.
Is
I look under the bed.
this is a
Nothing there.
Sherlock type question. Is the blood spatter in general reminiscent of a gunshot, slash from a blade? Like none of it is just like dripping, like I'm trying to basically figure out, like, is there a point anywhere in here where like psionics was used, or
Probably.
I mean, it definitely looks like something slammed into the wall, and right in front of the wall where something slammed into it, it looks like somebody got fucking owned.
okay. And it doesn't look like that slam would have been done like a guy slamming somebody into their wall with their hand, right?
No, it looks like
Because you said
I
these
believe
are like
the
sandstone walls or something, right?
the actual book reads, and I quote, "The wall looks as if sound waves hit the wall and rippled outward." I don't know how that would actually look that way, but that is the descriptor.
Is anyone
Okay.
else in the living room?
Not at the moment. I think it's just you.
I think that's a sound system. I'm gonna go over and just as a test. I'm gonna like shut the bedroom door just for everyone else's safety. Grab like the remote for the sound system and like back up into the kitchen and try and turn it on just to see what happens. What was last played on this thing?
We'll say the top 20
Nice
show music comes on, you know.
Okay, so
Kid Craddock's great 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 grandson comes on and starts giving the morning show.
okay, so it's that doesn't fall in line with what I was thinking. Okay.
The speakers are unimportant.
Yeah, me and Mike will search all through the bedroom. If we don't find anything, we'll come back out.
You find nothing in the bedroom.
Cool. Is there any money?
No.
I checked the bookcase.
It looks very, very Spartan. This almost looks like a hotel room you would get as like when you walked into a brand new hotel room. This is the way it would look, with the exception of the living room there. The living room looks looks like all the living and doing was done in this living room, and that's where the shit went down.
I look out the window. What do I see of the living room?
A beautiful, like, artificial forest and park and a road, other expensive houses.
Anything where a camera might be looking into the window.
No.
I
mean, other than the security system that was disabled, no. I mean, there are cameras, yes, but they were all disabled.
Anything special with the windows, like any bullet holes coming through?
No, we'll just say it hit the wall. Everything's in the wall.
So no outside sniper.
No.
No,
All right.
the general gist of it, it looks like something happened at the door.
Walk me through where the gunshots are again.
It almost looks like, to give it to you, and again, like I said, the book and the map do not line up, in my opinion. So I have to kind of adjust it for that. But it looks like the general gist is somebody made entry into, somebody was on the prayer mat right here in the foyer where this blood spray is, except let's move this blood spray over to the hallway a little bit. Like, imagine this blood here was right here at the kitchen entryway, right here. And somebody moved in here to engage, maybe somebody on the mat, and then something happened into the wall, and whatever happened hurt someone who was then later drug out. Bullet fire was exchanged, but nothing seems to have been hit by the bullets. And then there is blood on the mat, but either the bullets didn't leave the person's body and hit the thing behind them, or another source was used. And then the body, there's drag marks from out of the way here. So at least one person was drug out of this location. Possibly multiple people. And it definitely looks like somebody got shreked in here. Multiple people got shreked in here.
I want to follow the blood trail if I can.
Agreed. Where does it end?
Let me see. 1 second. I'm trying to see if you guys can follow the blood. 1 sec. Okay, 1 second. Trying to see if I can find this. I don't know how to search in these documents. Ah. Okay, so You follow the blood outside, and it kind of ends near the wall of the hull of the space station. Kind of points in that general direction.
So somebody
And-
got spaced.
If there's a
No,
door.
not the external hull, the internal hull. So like
Ventilation shafts.
yeah, you notice there are some vents nearby. And if you investigate the vents, do you investigate the vents?
Absolutely.
We ignore them.
We'll say that you find what looks like there's a shaft that goes down out of sight, and there's a rope attached maybe to a belay kit or something like that for quick egress and ingress.
Okay. So they came up through the ventilation, came up to this place.
So you're saying someone got shafted here?
Yes, Captain.
Damn it.
But more importantly, the question is, did the
I mean, based on what we saw in there, whoever did this is powerful. They know
They're
what they're doing. Came
powerful.
in with a
they're determined?
militant force, and half of them were killed.
So a Kuba communicator goes off, and he has a
Mhm.
conversation with somebody, and comes back. And I fucked this up a little bit earlier since I didn't make you do the science check, but basically, the biocode analysis of the blood splatter at the emissary's residence reveals the DNA from 5 of the individuals present indicates they were from Zalos, home system of the Order of the Pariah. Belongs to 3 males and 2 females.
Does that match the patrol we saw earlier?
And then
They, from what I heard, no. Right?
The last DNA profile, which was taken from the handprint on the prayer rug, reads as Mirren blood, but with an incredible regenerative rate, many times that of the Crane humanites from Marfik, known for their fast healing. So basically, something's very odd about that blood, and it seems the biodata seems partially corrupt, and they can't tell if it's male or female. But it had extreme regenerative properties.
So they did manage to, at the very least, knock the emissary down and get them out of here. So the question now.
So now you guys have the science roll that you can do on the bullet round if you want.
Was the emissary caught unaware? Or was this almost a duel?
I mean, clearly the emissary fought back.
He fought back.
Did you want to do an observation roll on that shaft?
Who's our observer? Is it Dakir? Nope.
It's not me, no. It's one of the
Mike?
intelligent boys.
It's Mike. Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Need you to
It's Mike.
peer deeply into this shaft.
Observation roll, Mike.
I look down the shaft.
All right.
Do I fall in the shaft?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He falls in the shaft.
Oh, y'all are... Dude, I could fucking kill y'all.
I mean, you already spent 2 darkness points killing a bomb.
You're lucky. You're lucky I did. Oh my god, dude. That's fucked up. I don't even understand why it would give me this option. I'm not going to use this, but I will
Hey,
give
we're
you
all
guys...
standing back. If
Here,
it's just
and
Mike.
let's go to Discord. Where is it? Where is it? fuck.
Just post it somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the right channel because there's so many different there. it
Right
is.
above us.
There you go.
Oh,
It's just like, oh, okay. Look at space, everyone.
Man
With
after my
that,
own heart.
with that test, you can't really tell much about the shaft. So,
I
unfortunately,
mean, you could pray to the icons
yeah. If
and
you want
then
to pray to the
immediately get
icons,
spaced.
I won't
here.
space you because then we would have to figure out space mechanics and then see if you could get back in space before you died. And I won't do that to you, but I will let you pray to the icons, but it will give me 1 darkness point. I won't use that on you.
no, you've killed a bomb. I've seen that. No, I don't want to give you any more darkness points.
I
I'll
just
wait.
said I won't kill you.
But something else
Uh-huh.
good.
But something else good.
I like that logic. I like
Scared.
that logic.
I will
Alright,
wait for the
so-
captain's orders to tell me to go down and look for the body. Other than that, I will do nothing.
I mean, if we don't have any other leads, what are we?
Yeah, you
Gonna do.
literally have to either pray here or do the science check at that point, and then that's all you get.
Yeah, we're doing the science regardless. If Kasim would kindly do the science.
Lax, wake up.
Max dead?
He's dead. He got shafted.
I promise I didn't kill him.
Hello.
Hey,
Oh,
there he is.
Hey,
Fucking like.
It's only been an hour since we've heard from you.
And he's gone again.
Got him.
Lax type.
the lawn is too entertaining to watch.
I mean, that shit grows year round, bro.
Has he gotten my disease?
Maybe. Oh my god.
All right. Well, he's figuring that out. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick and be right back.
Can I just roll for him?
Sure.
Do it.
If you can do
It's
that.
a science
feel free.
roll.
I have ultimate power. Kasim. Dear goodness. Okay.
Well, you
He's
figured
the
that
best
out.
we
I'm gonna hit
got.
the bathroom. Be right back.
That's all we needed.
All right.
We all
What?
need to get exosuits, apparently.
Yeah. There's something we're missing here.
These people came in, this SWAT team that was
Yeah. But
working with at least individuals from the sanatorium, or the pariah at the very least,
mhm.
came in to kill the emissary because they're a cult leader and they want their cult to be the one, not this false cult of the emissary. So they said, well, let's go kill the emissary. They bust in, they light the emissary up. The emissary has mystic capabilities and blasts a bunch of them telekinetically and blows them up against the wall,
Yeah.
killing or severely injuring 5 of them. Maybe only killing 1. That's the one that got dragged out because they're
Kills
dead.
1, injures 2. Maybe the other 2 survive or are not in the
But
cone.
they
Okay.
shoot it enough that it weakens and its
Can you
regen
hear
can't
me?
keep up with it.
Yes, we can
Yeah.
hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
I just
what
rolled
the
for
fuck
you,
just-
Lex, because you were
Thank you.
taking 5 ever. So they shoot at it. It doesn't seem like their bullets did much.
No, but the blood was all from the emissary, or at least whatever the Mirian regenerative, super
Well,
regenerative blood
they
is.
said that was like the handprint, but all the rest is from the guys. So it's like
All right, I'm back.
No, I think all the stuff on the mat was from
is all the blood on the mat from the we're
The
trying
Miriam?
to make sure we understood from the Miriam regenerative emissary blood?
No, only
No.
the handprint.
Only the
Okay.
handprint. Okay, so some people got close and they either mystically screwed each other up, or he screwed them up. Like,
But he screwed them up. I doubt they brought mystics with them.
I was more meaning like mind control or something psychotic, you know?
Maybe.
Hey, you shoot your friend kind of stuff. Because the bullet pattern in this room, if I'm remembering what Pyro described the bullets right, don't imply that all the bullets went one direction.
One bullet did not go in the right direction.
Which, if one bullet did it with this much blood, meant multiple bullets didn't.
All right.
Potentially.
So, do we get a success on the?
We got a limited success on the science.
On
roll.
the science.
Okay, so I will give you. So the recovered Vulcan round. Let's see. Ba, 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 ba. So the round is soundless. It has been handmade from a duramite copper alloy, and none of the Zenithian companies or factions manufacture ammunition like this. It is extensively used by terrorists and rebels, however. The round also shows that it has been deformed mid-flight. One of its sides has been flattened, and it had been pushed off course to hit the mosaic instead of its intended target.
Reflected bullets. Okay.
Yeah.
So
They
they
can't
So the
shot, he
round-
reflected, someone else got hit in the crossfire or something.
The round has
Um,
basically been deformed twice. First lengthwise by something, and then frontally when it hit the wall.
Cool.
So it's like it got slapped and then hit.
And those are all the ones that hit the mural away from the windows.
No, that one's the one that you pulled out of the impact crater on the wall. The
Okay,
rest
that's
of
the
them went
only-
into the rest of them went into
The
wall.
rest only have the one deformation.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I was trying to follow what you were asking.
Yeah, just the hitting the wall.
All right, so just to cover what we've got, I want to make sure I haven't missed anything.
At
You
least
guys-
5 guys break in unnoticed.
Mhm.
Correct.
Definitely
There was no alerting. The security system was disabled by a virus that looks like
They
it was
had
installed by the
silencers.
head ambassador. They were shooting silenced rounds that were handcrafted, used by terrorists and mercenaries. And y'all haven't looked at the bowls yet.
Not yet. That's what I was gonna bring up. So we are not going to get space today, so we're just gonna leave the vent for now.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
y'all
go do
You'll know
once
that
more.
they exited probably or entered probably through the vent. And
I want to.
all you-
Can I just at least collect the belay line? Is
not
that
with
possible?
what with
Or-
what you've got, no.
Okay. I didn't know if it was
Unfortunately-
attached here or attached higher up.
Yeah, unfortunately this whole thing is spread across 2 different sections, so I'm having to bounce back and forth between them, and since I don't physically have it, I missed 2 checks, and so you guys wouldn't have even found that.
Okay.
So I gave you more than you would have found.
Fair enough.
But unfortunately, due to what you rolled and the fact that he didn't want to push it, you can't pull anything off of it.
Okay, I'm fine with that. And I mean, if they had mounted it somewhere higher up, that also would make sense.
Now you don't even know.
They could have also made maybe, I don't know a lot about knots, but I don't know if you can make a knot to where after you've used it, you can pull it away with you. So
You can.
Mm-hmm.
You just need a secondary one to do it.
well, there you go. So that's probably what they would have done then. And since that thing I showed you that shows
Yeah.
that they can space it or that it gets spaced regularly, probably if there was any
As
evidence
the
in there,
captain would 100% know that could be used for that.
then you probably know that if there was anything in there that it may
It's gone.
be or it may be going to be or has been destroyed.
I've
Right.
used similar vents many times on my stays on Coriolis.
But this also meant they knew the vent schedule.
Or it's regular enough that you don't need to know it.
Correct.
Right, one of the two. But they knew enough about it to predict it.
Yeah.
So that they weren't like, all right, time
Enough
to
to
go
know
down.
that they could go in it and not get spaced.
Yeah.
All right,
Or
let's
they
go.
were equipped. They were equipped to handle vacuum. So
Mhm.
One of the two.
All right, let's
So
give
we
the
have the Xantharium ambassador.
yes, let's get the bowls out of the way, and then let's locate this ambassador.
okay, so let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right check for you again because this is all over the fucking place.
Make it font.
Actually, you guys can climb down that shaft if you want to.
Nope.
Okay.
You never
Well,
should have told us.
We're not gonna let you die.
Sorry.
You want to put your exosuit on, then maybe.
I mean, technically my suit is on, so I would be fine.
Okay, so none of you are preachers, right?
I am.
Are
Yeah.
you?
He
Yes.
is.
Holy shit. Okay.
We have a crazy preacher guy with us.
All right. Well, you want to investigate the bowls, Jay?
I do.
All right. So here we go. Since JJ is a preacher, he will know all of this. The 4 bowls most likely represent the 4 spiritual transformations or elements, although using physical objects is rare. Algol, physical representation of the 4 transformations, are mainly found in prayer towers, commonly in the Algol system. The lowest passive form, couscous, which is what one of the bowls had, is the base from which the other forms spring. First, the reactive form, water is life in motion, then the active and social form, a candle representing the fire intensity and necessity of human relations. And finally, intellect as the crowning stage, burning. Oh, wait, so this is the different. So he's not. JJ, which. Are you Algo or Mira? Or do you have either of those faction standings? Like, what's your home planet?
We didn't know enough about the system to decide one.
Okay, he's Algol then. And that's what I just basically read. So it's more or less it's the 4 transformations. There are 4 overturned bowls on the floor, one with water, one with incense that has burned the rug on the floor, one with couscous, and one with a small candle. The 4 bowls are religious symbols used in a prayer ritual. And that's basically what I just shared with you. You're not sure. It doesn't say anything about the attackers, but hints at the embassy's face sharing roots with that of the first come of the third horizon. So it's some kind of ritual based around the 4 spiritual transformations or elements using physical objects. So it looks like the emissary may have been doing some kind of ritual when they showed up.
So the guy was high as a kite when Egos attacked.
That you don't have to be high.
No,
for
there
a
were no
ritual.
drugs involved in this.
They were being spiritual and then got mugged with bullets.
That's some hate, bro.
All right. Any other questions about the crime scene?
Unless there's some money lying on the ground.
No.
Okay.
So I just want to walk through where we're at. We've got the
And I'm
ambassador.
going to go over most of the attack with you guys kind of out of character just because I thought it was fucking cool. But yeah, unless y'all don't want me to, in which case I won't.
Not until
later.
the information
Yeah.
can't help us.
Okay, fair enough.
We can do it at the end of our the campaign or whatever.
Yeah, just remind me because
I wrote it down.
This was fucking gangster, dude. This was fucking gangster.
So ambassador shows up an hour ahead of time.
Yep.
For
The
whatever
Zenithian
from
ambassador.
the Zenithian people.
Right.
The
It's a data mean system.
hegemony or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. He shows up and says, "Screw you, put the data meme in." An hour later, the security system shuts off.
Yes.
Or
Roughly,
They would have
yes.
been able to. They would have been able to remotely shut it down.
was
mean,
it,
it could have
shut off? Was it shut off for his arrival?
It could have no. He showed up. Everything was working fine. You see him entering the premises, and then it shuts down. And now keep in mind the system could technically have still been running for anyone sitting in that office, but there were no more records. So it's not
Right.
recording at that point anymore. So the cameras are still technically on, but nothing's being recorded.
But the emissary let him go down there.
It's external.
Unmonitored.
The emissary wouldn't have known.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's in the basement. He could have entered the premises, and his
Snuck in.
he also has not been. Akuba would have told you this if you asked, but he has basically diplomatic immunity. They call it faction immunity, and so he has not been questioned yet, at least not officially.
But he's not been reported dead somewhere.
No, he's
Good.
still alive as far as everyone knows.
And it's actually a camera system, so we can see him coming onto the premises, and it's not like someone just got his code.
Correct.
And
it is him. He was there. Yes.
okay.
Which is kind of funny because if you're there to wipe the system, you'd think you'd wipe,
Right.
yourself.
That's why I was suspicious. And
Like,
then
I'm gonna make sure I cover my tracks well.
or he went, screw it. I have DI.
True.
It doesn't matter what people
What
see
are you
me
gonna
do.
do?
I am
I'm an
untouchable.
ambassador.
And
Yeah,
so he kind of just walked in and did it.
diplomatic immunity. This bullet.
Pretty much. He comes in, disables it. Sometime later, at least 5 heavily trained, heavily armored militants come storming in.
Most likely more.
Against a unarmed emissary.
Emissary says, "Screw you," and blast these guys with something.
And
Seems
whilst
like
being telekinetically shielded.
Yeah,
Some of it.
they return fire with bullets. He says nope, deflects at least some of the bullets. Doesn't appear to take any bullet wounds. Or at
Correct.
least none
Nothing that
bleed.
couldn't be staunched by a single hand.
Yeah. Then something has to go wrong because the blood spatter's not all in like the same area. So more of their guys get screwed up. Yet somehow someone gains an advantage on the emissary.
It could be that this Mirian handprint was one of the enemies and not the emissary themselves, and this mystic with extreme blood regeneration had some other power that could disable the emissary.
Possible. Are bullets and the, for lack of other use, psionic waves the only damage types we find in the room, or are there other damage types?
Grenades.
Slashings,
Punching. Biting.
We'll say that.
Teabagging.
So it looks like some impact happened and somebody was downed, or multiple people were downed at the initial impact.
mhm,
Then it looks like there was a secondary engagement on the rug.
right.
Some bullets were diverted from the rug, and a few of them are in the bookshelf. The rest are in the mosaic. And then it looks like there was a second impact of, let's see.
Does the bowl match up with the
Oh
impact on the wall?
Jesus. Just what?
The
No, the
bowl.
bowl looks knocked over.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't thrown against the wall and then slammed back in like the center or anything. There's
no,
nothing in the room that fits in that spherical hole.
No. The hole was caused by.
That's a body. That's a body.
Wow, that or
Well,
the
no, it,
shockwave.
more like a shockwave, not
Yeah.
a
Well,
body.
yes, but a
There was
body.
a body on top of it, and the shockwave went through the body and broke the wall too.
Oh,
Yeah, so something got fucking pulped there, and then there looks like blood splatter from guns on the rug. Very close range, maybe.
But none of it was
But the
anything
only
but the.
blood that was unusual is the handprint.
everything else is the Zalos.
So
blood,
somebody
so
definitely got shot
in
on the
close
rug,
range.
close range, and you can tell now that you've tested it. Definitely two different individuals got shot on the rug.
Okay, that falls in line with my psionic thinking of screw you, shoot your friend. So, how does this play out? Step 1, they charge in. Is he waiting for them? He's a psionic. We know he's a psionic.
He would have
They-
known they entered
Studying
the room.
mystics. No,
And,
but the overall thing, I'm trying to figure out, would he have known?
Like hours before.
There is precognition. You
There-
would know that certain
yeah.
mystics can see the
Okay.
scenes
How
of the
far?
future.
Let's assume he's claiming he's a god. Let's give it to him. He's precog. He is waiting for them when they come running in because he knows he can't avoid this encounter.
Well, he could have turned the security back on for us.
Let's assume for whatever reason he physically can't. He doesn't know enough about the current technology to do that. He's only staying in this house because it's been provided to him. Because he's clearly studying a lot about the various systems. He's catching up on a lot of stuff. For whatever reason, he's not adept with the security systems. Believable as a mystic, even more so. Why have a security system when you have precognition?
It wasn't his security system either. It's more
Right.
the station's.
Exactly. So they come running in. He blasts them. Step 1. They
Probably
But-
start shooting at that point after
yeah,
standing up.
he odds are he doesn't hit all of them because 2 of them managed to close range. Which means that there are 2 shooting, allowing time for others to recover. Probably
I'd more presume they started shooting, he went down, and they, not knowing, thought he was dead because that would make sense. I'd be dead, and the 2 came over to secure him.
and then
Lo
got
and
wrecked.
behold, he just stands back up, and the people who didn't go to secure him shoot those 2 in the back. Or 4 go up, and 2 get shot by the 2 close ones. Or they shoot each other. Who knows?
No. They've done their research. They know what this guy can do.
Well, they got close for some reason.
Yeah. No, I think they did that deliberately. They knew they had to get close. The bullets were merely to give them were literally there as covering fire. So most of the group gets blasted. Some of them manage to avoid the blast and start shooting, giving the others time to recover. They're too split apart for him to do another one of those blasts, or it's too power consumptive. The others charge back in, manage to get close range, and he pulls the you turn on each other card. Someone, either the outers gun down the inners gun down each other. Something happens there, leaving at least two still standing, fully injured but not like bleeding out. because of this, while he's turning them on each other, he loses sight of what the other two, and they manage to slap some sort of anti-psionic manacles on him, or assuming they're part of the order, they've been studying the mystics to find quote unquote cures. Maybe they have some sort of suppression agent, something that they know can knock out mystic powers. We'll go with that for now. They knock him out. He falls. Hand hits the floor, leaving the handprint as he's like, "Oh gosh!"
Where's the handprint?
On the rug.
On the rug. So he falls, leaving that handprint. They drag him out, also dragging out the body. The other two still bleeding, track out after them, or carried out by their other compatriots if there's more than 5 that we know
The
of.
initial guy is dead
Yeah,
from
so
that blast.
then the question becomes,
Drop the body into space.
they leave that body to get spaced, or they just bring it with them for burial. Where do they go next?
Somewhere
like
that
wounded?
can
Where would
hold-
the wounded go?
No, yeah. Where do the
The
wounded?
wounded are not going to a hospital.
Yeah, where do the wounded go, and where do they take the emissary? They're not going to be able to get him off
They're
station.
taking the emissary to some place that can hold an emissary.
So
Yes.
you would know the wounded. I mean, there were these. Let me rephrase.
The recently
You have to
departed.
make some assumptions here, but to help you connect the dots a little bit.
The Order of the Prior, known for treating the injured, the sick, the wounded. So they have medical training, medical facilities.
What, at the sanatorium?
Correct.
Scattered throughout the station, at least the sanatorium.
The sanatorium would be more or less where they would go.
And these people would be working, or of the same race as the sanatorium people?
They're the same faction, most likely.
Okay.
They're the militant Order of the Pariah. Sanatorium's there, happy face. Don't look at us, we help you on station, so no one assumes it's them. However, the council would probably know about this, so they wouldn't keep the emissary in the sanatorium itself.
Not in the main
Althea,
portion.
Althea took us through Ratway tunnels at the very beginning that connected the first floor of the station. What is below the first floor of the station?
The second floor.
No, that's
Got
above
'em.
it.
Space.
We'll basically say that there are vents in the area, so one could get around if one.
Engineering
Like, if they were
stuff.
to just drop down the vent shaft, how far down does it go? Where could how
So
far
this-
down could they drop?
We'll say this vent shaft, you could get to the vent system, sort of like what she was in,
Mhm.
and you might be able to, catch up, with them.
Well, we're smugglers, knowing the ins and outs of the, I guess, the seedy half of stations like this is our business.
Right.
The black market and stuff isn't going to be on the main level. Where is all that? Where is the dark slum of this massive station?
Where are the Thieves Guild at?
It would be the Steve doors, which is kind of where Althea used. So,
There's not that. That's the bottom of the station. There's no lower levels.
I'm not sure about the station layout, so I really couldn't help you there.
Okay.
I just what I'm trying to get at is the vent shaft that you found.
Could have taken them to those tunnels, and they could have gone
Correct.
somewhere with those tunnels.
Correct. They could have gotten to the sanatorium from there,
Right,
in
but
the ventilation shafts if they wanted to.
as the Order is the ones crying the emissary is heresy, they're now in the firing line as soon as he gets kidnapped. If they are smart, they don't take him to their main happy base. They take
Unless they're overconfident.
Yeah, and I have no
unless
idea
they're overconfident.
if that. I don't know where the emissary is. I haven't read that far, so this is as far as I've gotten. At this
Okay,
point.
then
So I'm not sure.
There's a thread here I need to pull, but I can't pull it because you don't know it.
Well, you can still pull it, but you can't just steal the
Ugh.
information from him.
Right,
He's not
right,
even.
well-
if he knew
well,
it, he couldn't tell you.
He can't tell me even like the station layout, so I can try and take guesses. Right?
You can guess as
Oh.
much as you want. It's more realistic this way. You're
Fair
guessing.
enough.
We're not from Coriolis. We know some, not everything.
Yeah, the emissary is probably still here. She could have been moved to a ship. Could have been possibly taken off. If she's
All right,
taken
then
off,
I will request from what is it, Abukar or whatever their name is.
Kuba.
If they can provide me with some form
Forest map.
of map of Coriolis that includes more than the general operating levels of the common populace.
I mean, this is the default look of the Coriolis station right here.
I agree that, and so I'm assuming that's the common areas, right? That's the areas that 90% of people are only ever going to deal with.
Pretty much, yeah.
And so that's why I'm asking him if he can provide me with a map of the more.
You want the builder's blueprint.
I want the blueprint, basically, yeah.
I'll see if that's something I can get. I'm not sure if
Even if it's not a
Relevant.
physical handout that you have like as a picture, just something to
Just say yes, you can have that.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll try and remember to get that for. Here we go. This may be what you're looking for.
There's a little more. There's the outside.
That at least tells me a lot. There's a cellar, there's the living rings, there's the ozone. What is the cellar?
The spire is where you guys are at right now.
We're at the spire, that's the crown jewel. Everyone else lives on the rings up in that like
The
the
promenade.
hilt of the sword. Yeah, the promenade.
Promenade, sir.
The ozone and
Lemonade
the spire. So
promenade.
we know all of that. So we've hit everywhere on the map except the cellar.
And everything in between.
And everything in between. So the question becomes,
And then if we go the cellar
isn't on the map.
Yeah, I don't think that's on here. So the promenade
This is
would
just
be
like the top part.
This is just the ring and the core of the spire. Like
Yeah.
I said, this is just the common
The
area.
middle top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that and see what I can come up with.
All right, well.
I would like, before we leave, to grab incense, couscous, and a candle. Just in case we need that.
Okay.
Fair enough. Just
The
in case.
emissary will come out swinging unless we can go, hey, we're on your team.
Uh-huh.
Or at least we looted your apartment.
Hey, man, we protected your stuff.
Here you go. You can finish your prayer ritual now.
And I give it to Mike. Mike, hold on to this.
Why are you giving
You
it to
may
me?
need it.
He plants the evidence on Mike. Here you go.
No, I don't want it. I planted on Kasim.
Kasim, please
Just
take this.
Give it here. Give it here.
I give it.
The Kier understands that this can be a good thing.
The Kier will pocket it with the dates.
Then you find out that they actually brought those in. She's deathly allergic to couscous.
And that's what took away her powers, the ritual.
Yeah. You're holding her fucking kryptonite.
Yeah.
The regenerative one was just like slowly approaching her, praying the whole way.
Habiba, Habiba.
Hey, we brought the thing. Oh, you're an enemy. All right, now I think we go to the ambassador.
Yeah, we go to the ambassador because there's something at foot here. Or
Cool.
no.
He's fishy.
I mean, that's one option. There are other options.
I ain't going in the vent.
I don't.
I mean, he only has one darkness.
There's other options.
I stab Akuba.
That would end poorly for you.
Okay, that was the wrong option.
I would take my luck with the shaft over that personally.
The options I see is we go down the shaft and could get spaced. We go to the Zenithian ambassador Yohar Vozar and say, hey, who are you working for? You know, they're not going to talk, so we're going to have to get creative there. We could just go straight to the sanatorium and be like, hey, did you kidnap the emissary or hire some ambassador to do that for you?
Or do you have anybody who might have been shot?
I think we're gonna have to play a very careful dance at the sanatorium.
So, which one of us is a mystic then?
None of you. None of you are mystics. If you'd been mystics, there'd have been a lot more tie-ins, but none of you are mystics.
Which one of us wants to pretend to be a mystic? Or do we need to go find...
Oh, that's an interesting angle. I didn't even think about that. Pretend to be immune, but aren't immune.
Takir.
There reminds me of that
you've been
meme
having
shows up.
bad dreams,
No,
headaches,
Captain,
and visions.
I don't.
Hi,
Or
one of
you
the
haven't
cool
looked
kids.
at my character sheet since we leveled up, have you?
Are you talking to me?
No, I have not. And I look straight at you and I say, you've been having visions, headaches, and we're gonna say that you're a mystic, okay?
You're Takir. You're Takir, right?
Yes.
We're gonna pretend you're a mystic.
What is it about your character sheet that I'm supposed to look at?
The tiny dinosaur,
It
clearly.
stands out pretty well. Especially with the current conversation we're having.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't, so...
That's because you're blind. It's okay.
I mean,
Flip
that's
to the
not...
stat sheet and look over it carefully.
I'll give you a better hint. Look at the second column.
I see.
But I look straight at him and
he has mystic
you're gonna
powers.
pretend to be a mystic.
Well, when I asked earlier, are any of you mystics, and none of you, and you said no.
I must have missed that. I've been frantically writing notes and drawing diagrams on pieces of paper.
He had so much yarn. He didn't start as a mystic though. Like he just this is happening today.
Okay.
Today is the day he has had his first headache.
You're still gonna have missed some things because I was unaware that you were a mystic, and when I specifically asked if any of you were mystics,
I never heard that question. To be completely honest,
I literally asked earlier, any of you mystics, and you all said no.
Well, we weren't, and no one knew he was.
I don't remember saying no to that question because I don't remember that question.
I mean, you may not have said no because... Okay, fine. All right. I will have to make some adjustments then, I guess.
Apologies.
Hey, he just became a mystic as we were over here.
Yeah, apparently you can catch, as JJ calls it, the Dickon pox randomly. So.
Fuck yeah, bitch.
Apparently,
you can, man.
The
You gotta
couscous
watch
is
it.
strong.
When we came onto this station, he was not a mystic. It has not even been a day, and now he's a mystic.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Couscous is strong.
These hoes will get you, man. You better
Apparently.
watch it.
Yeah, there
Put my
will
hand on his shoulder. You're gonna pretend to be a mystic.
Put your head on my shoulder. All right, 1 second.
The fuck?
As my brain explodes in the emissary's residence.
What the? He was. Damn it! I guess the amount of times I wanted to space him but couldn't caught up to him.
Yeah, I was going to just slowly spend my points in this as a long con, but I'm not going to get to long con it.
Not anymore, because it's relevant. Because I chose you out of all the crew here to pretend to be the mystic.
Yep.
And then lo and behold, you were too good at pretending to be a mystic.
Okay, so to catch you up...
What has he been visioning and not telling us?
I need a -1 Mystic Powers test, please.
Oh, good lord. I am not skilled. You know what?
You brought this on
Yeah,
yourself.
you did bring this on
and no
yourself.
one can help you here.
I'm going to pull my safety ripcord.
What's that mean?
I'm going to
His
use
talent.
my talent.
What does that mean?
Meaning once per session, I can safely say if I have a roll I have to make and I have at least one skill in that talent, I can make it a critical success with 3 6s.
Okay. All right. So as soon as you entered the emissary's residence,
No.
you feel incredibly uneasy and you smell ozone and you get a massive migraine with heavy pressure over your temples and forehead and spotty vision. Everyone else is fine.
Can we say this happens the second time we come back for the bowls?
Sure.
Just so, yeah, it's easier to retcon to that.
Let's see.
But hey, you're a mystic now. Yay!
So since you pass your test, you hear the echo of a song, a repeating series of notes that appears to come from the music station speakers. If someone in the group thinks, let's see, hang on.
The speakers were important.
The speakers were important. I was a
Let's
mystic
see.
the whole time.
Recognition.
So since you did want to investigate, I need a technology test from someone. -1.
I guess I'll do that. I'm best at tech.
As the cures, like, I think those are important now.
-1?
Yeah, it's -1.
Unless someone can help you.
I doubt
Do
it.
you want to push it by praying to the icons?
Yeah, I'll pray.
I mean,
This is mystically tied, and it's the speakers.
It's up
Yeah.
to you.
It is the speakers. Fuck it.
We'll
Prayer
allow one
modifier?
push every session.
It's asking for another modifier. 0,
You-
1,
Somebody
2.
assist
We
him
ha-
on the push.
no, that is if he has prayed at a temple. We have not been to a
Okay,
temple.
No.
So 0.
Well, there's one
Yeah,
on our
just
ship.
0. Yeah, but we haven't been there since we started this session.
Well, we're
The
busy.
first session.
Ooh.
All right, so you get a limited success.
Oh no, he can now
Okay.
space us.
All right. So
Out of what was that? 14d6.
fucking
I rolled
crazy.
1.
Hey, it is pi.
All right. So since you analyzed it with the gear, you will pick up a weak but curious pattern of high frequency radio waves. It is an echo. You don't know what of or why, but it is the same sound pattern that you have heard since you've entered the premises and you've
Okay.
started hearing since you took that power.
Great. Do you want to share with the group now, Takir? And
I
you're
wanna
going to
hear-
pretend to be our mystic.
And I want to hear you say you've got the dick and pox. No.
We can absolutely fast forward
Understood,
back to where we were.
I will.
Good catch on those speakers, by the way. How'd you know about those?
You know how I am with strings, Captain.
Yeah.
This I can pull off the performance we'll need.
Good. And that's how we get into the sanatorium.
Oh, I always suspected he has the dick and pox.
He's pretending to have it.
I don't know. Seems like you might have it.
I am leery. Foul energies.
What?
All right. So, ending the session for today. One of you has the dick and pox.
Didn't tell everyone else.
Yeah, nor me. Okay, so that'll change things going forward. Unfortunately, you missed some things in the first session due to it, but that's okay because you won't ever get the
He wasn't a mystic
I
in the
wasn't a
first
mystic
session.
in the first session.
That's the
Yeah.
problem.
So all right, we'll
So he
go
didn't
from
miss anything.
here. This will be interesting. All right.
Their face is interesting. That's right.
So sorry,
think
next
that's a compliment.
time y'all kind of know what you're doing and what y'all found. Y'all
Mhm.
still technically can explore the shaft, and now
But-
I have 2 DP, so we could have some real fun next time.
Oh, now that you lied to him, the spacing's off the table or on
well,
the
y'all
table
lied
again.
to me and told me you didn't have a
Oh,
mystic.
only
so
he
all's
lied.
fair.
You space him.
Well, I guess you better send him down the shaft.
That's fine. Put your exosuit on.
It's fucked up that they give me that kind of power. I love it. It's fucking crazy. It's like, hey, you want to end your fucking game right now? Let's
Here,
do
just
it.
TPK.
No balls, you won't.
Okay, TPK. For it's pretty cheap too.
Yeah, 2 points. You're all dead. Okay, great. Might want to hold your breath or not. All right. All right, stream. Well, if any of you are still here, which I doubt, but if any of you are still here, I apologize for the first half hour of absolute dead silence, followed by another hour and a half of us rambling on about crazy bullshit. But do appreciate y'all coming. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you all next week. And then, shit, stop stream. There we go. Okay, so now that the scenario for the week is over, let's see. We have a third part of this act. Let's see. Yeah, y'all have got like 2 more chapters of this act, and then it starts Act 3. So y'all have a decent amount of more stuff to do in this still.
Nice.
Do y'all want to continue this next week? Do you want to do Warhammer? And do you want to do D&D? Let me know so I know what to do.
I like space.
Let's continue this because there are so many threads that if we go more than a week, I'm going to forget what I need to pull.
Fair.
You're not allowed to be like, I'm a mystic now and never play again.
Yeah, mystics in this, at least compared to what I got to read.
First
dude,
of all, you
shit
just
fucked up.
like absolutely screwed the entire group over because now you are associated with us and everyone wants to kill you and now us.
Not everyone, just
See,
one
here's the
specific
thing
group.
that I've discovered is interesting. Just because I have mystic powers as a skill doesn't mean I express them as powers. Those are actually talents you have to pick up. So
All right, I'm gonna go get like in the shower and shit.
you're
All right,
good.
dude. Later.
Peace.
But experience.
Oh, yeah, we need to experience. Before we forget.
All right, I need to go
Were
find
you
the
at the session?
book again.
JJ's gone, so he doesn't get that.
I mean, he didn't get it last time either, so. All right, Coriolis rulebook. Fuck.
Yeah,
I'm cool
no.
with you being a mystic, but that is dangerous
That
right now
so
in this
right
campaign.
what I planned to do with it was to take the mystic powers skill without taking any talents for it.
Hmm.
So that if there were ever a hey, you need to make a mystic check or die kind of thing, right?
You would watch us all die.
Something like that.
Oopsie poopsie. Great. Lying to your captain's a good way to get your contract voided.
I never lied to my captain.
Let's see. Page 28.
You technically did. I
Okay.
said you can pretend to be a mystic, and you said
All right,
I can do that.
so did we participate in the session? Yes, so everybody gets 1 EXP.
Yay.
Did you overcome a difficult challenge to help crew to reach its current goal?
I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. So everybody gets
we're being
1
hunted
EXP.
now.
Did you put yourself or your crew at risk because of your personal problem?
No.
That's an individualistic one.
Kind of.
I almost got
Not-
space, but
Yeah, there
I
wasn't
bet
a
you
lot of a
didn't.
chance to trigger that one.
So we'll say no. Did you learn
I-
something new about your character, about yourself, or another
Say
PC?
Hugh did because he tried to get all that guy's money.
I mean, I did get all that money.
That's true. You did club that guy. So, and then you also climbed out of the bed. So, you definitely. I don't know about everybody else. I'll let y'all kind of guess on that one. And
Yeah. Look at your problem and see if you did it.
did you learn something new about yourself or another PC? Did you tell everybody you're a mystic or just you?
Technically, just me so far.
So then you did yes, nobody else did.
What was the learning something new about you
Yes.
and or someone else?
Did you learn something new about yourself or another player character?
Player character.
So lost, yes. Everybody else, not really. Did you sacrifice or risk something for your PC buddy? That's going to be a personal question. And then did you act in accordance with your icon? That's a personal question as well. I feel like we
Unknowingly,
should
I am
go
now.
over those before the session so people remember to go over them.
I remembered most of them.
Yeah.
Akir, would you say me allowing you to remain in the group even though I don't know you're a mystic is kind of me putting myself in danger? Because now I'm harboring a mystic.
Not until you know that I'm a mystic, Captain.
Space you when I find out.
Hey, you should have read our contract more thoroughly, Captain.
I wrote the contract.
I definitely followed the precepts of the gambler. Yeah, but I sent you a revised version with your.
I don't sign revised versions. We've been over this. Hey, I risked my monetary financial stability and gave you 5 burr even though you didn't deserve it. Does that count? I risked my reputation to give you money.
I mean, I kept my gun on me to protect you.
And I gave you my money even though you didn't deserve it.
But was I right?
Not the first time.
I didn't expect the first one to be right. I went for the second.
I didn't shake on the handshake on the second one. You tried to scam me, and I let you.
I'm going to let you two fight about this, and I'm going to go eat some food. So I am okay with whatever you guys decide, as it doesn't really affect me either way. So
Fair enough.
y'all argue it out, lawyer it out, figure it out, and then we'll go from there. Everybody have fun?
Yep.
Any criticisms, constructive or pointless or otherwise?
Be more prepared for loss to ask you obscure factual questions.
Right.
Print
I
out
would
some
like
pages.
to know the structural material of the outer
yeah.
bulkheads on the bottom
To
of the
be
station
fair,
that no
you
one
were
ever
like,
goes
those
to.
aren't important, and then they were.
Well, they weren't important because none of you were fucking mystics.
He was a... all right, whenever we level up, we probably should tell at the beginning of the next session Pyro what we did. Just so
Or
he can go,
answer
oh,
yes
that's
when I ask
amazing.
if any of y'all are mystics.
That as well, but if we tell you what we changed, then you can at least know if you need to know something.
JJ likes his manipulation, so I'm going to buff it for him because he's never going to level up otherwise.
I'll just put one in command.
Yeah. Well, because he hadn't spent from the other session either, so.
I got up to 5.
I thought for the most part I was pretty well prepared for this one until some of the more
You
random
might
shit.
want to, I don't know if you want to print pages out, but then at least you have things that you can spread out and not crowd your monitors for.
I wish I had the fucking physical book, but it's like $35. So I'm like, yeah, I don't want one that bad.
Yeah, and I definitely think you're at the point where you need to skim the rest of the act, not know every exact act. But we're at the point where,
big plot point.
especially when I start playing connect the dots
To be fair though, you're like, you don't know. I'm like, even if he knew, he's not allowed to tell you anything about it. So
Well,
him not
well,
knowing is a safety guard.
we were given like a book or whatever, and so that's where I was turning to him and being like, I was thinking it would be like asking him, hey, like what's else is this station like? This Justicar Judiciary, whatever they're called,
Yeah, some of the questions you were asking literally don't go anywhere though. Like the speakers one, like that one
Oh,
only
until you get to the
applies if you're a mystic, and then it still dead ends. Even
yeah,
if you're
I
a
mean,
mystic.
it's still dead ended. I just found it an odd detail to the map.
Yeah, well, honestly, I didn't even see that until you brought up the mystic thing, and then I searched because again, this is over 3 different pages in the document, so I'm having to bounce back and forth between the 3 pages,
Right.
and and unfortunately, I don't have a PDF of this because we only got the Forge version,
Mhm.
and I don't have the book of it, so I literally can only look at it inside the fucking Forge VTT. And it's on 3 different pages in the Forge VTT. So I have 3 different windows of the Forge VTT open just so I can read this shit.
Yeah.
And then I had 2 pages or 3 pages of actual physical notes that I was bouncing back and forth from. So
Yeah, I'd just go in and copy and paste everything and print it out if I were you.
I don't
Yeah.
have a printer, but yeah, I can
Go to
probably
the
grab that
library.
for you. What's a library?
They
Go
have
to work.
printers there.
Go into the
Yeah,
office.
print them out at work.
I don't know, man. The last what was it? 10 people got COVID last week at work. So I'm like, I don't think I want to go to work actually.
They got the spore plague.
Yeah, yeah.
Just text JJ and have him print it all out for you.
There you go. There you go. Except he works completely remote, so
He probably has a printer.
maybe it's possible.
Or your parents may.
That's also possible. Possible.
Basically, you have options.
Yeah, I can get it figured out. So
So
well, and this week I won't be preparing because I've
2
been reading.
sessions, yeah.
I've been reading 2 different books and bouncing back
Absolutely.
and
No, yeah,
forth.
no.
So
That's why I don't really hold it against you. And I was just more like heckling you with the why don't you know everything?
Yeah,
You know.
fine if you guys want to play Warhammer at some point. I would want to play with you guys, so I will join you
Mm-hmm.
if there's
think
room. If
Warhammer's
you don't
gonna
like me,
be-
then I will leave. But
I think
do
Warhammer's
not.
going to be really cool. But
I guess I just don't care about it.
what do you not care about? Just curious.
I don't like the world of Warhammer.
Fair. Fair.
The
Just the-
40K version or the fantasy version?
Both. It's just over it. They bloat it out with so much information I don't care about and try to make it too much this, that, or the other about
Fair
plot
enough.
topics I don't like.
Fair.
Like, oh, Space Marines are so cool. I'm like, they're just big people that shoot guns. Like, I don't
You better
care.
fucking watch your mouth, bro.
I don't care about what you're gonna do. Send a Space Marine after me. I can take a Space Marine. They can barely move in their 4,000-pound armor.
Famous last words. Famous last words.
You'll
Space
space
Marine
'em.
looks at me, I explode.
No, I find the Warhammer 40K thing, or not 40K, the fantasy roleplay, because it's like a Dungeons and Dragons variant that I can handle because it just has more cool nuances in it. Like you actually have a job. Like you can go work a fucking job. You know, you can make money. You
That's
have a
what I want to do.
Well, I mean, it makes it very interesting for things like when you split the party. So, like, you go to work and then they go and do their shit. And then when you come back, you haven't just been sitting there with a thumb up your ass. You've earned some money and then you can use that money to do stuff with. And then, like, you have a career that you can max out. And then you can transition that career to other careers or retire the NPC and make a plot hook off of it and then move to other NPCs to do shit. I don't know. That part of it is interesting to me. So they're also going to do the same thing for 40K. But if you don't like Warhammer, you don't like Warhammer. I do like Coriolis, and there's plenty of shit here for us to play around with. So
look, if we want to get a day job on here, we can get a day job.
Well, I mean that's true. It's just
Isn't
not a mechanic.
smuggling our day job?
Oh, Did you say
I
snuggling?
thought it was. Yes. Some clientele are very particular on what they want shipped
To
to them.
snuggle with. Okay, fair.
Struggle
Lost.
snuggles.
Had a request the other day that he had to go snuggle someone.
Sure.
Struggle snuggles.
I can see that totally.
It happened. He can tell you.
My wife wanted snuggle time. It happens.
Sure.
I was
All
referring to, lax.
Oh, that one. No,
He's
that was
lonely.
Black being desperate.
It was either snuggle with you or the lawn. The lawn doesn't snuggle back.
Sure, it does. It gives them all the little fun critter
It's
crawlies.
so itchy.
All right. Well, that is
You'd better not have taken another point in mysticism. You idiot. He'll kill us all. You're gonna get this crew killed. Gee, should I take mysticism in the thing where Pyro said, hey, 15 mystics have disappeared? That's the best campaign to take that in.
Absolutely.
Hey, people call it the mysticide. It's a disease.
I
From
will
alien
say,
ghost people.
I'm looking forward to being able to read to you guys how that fight went down, because like
I want to know
normally,
how close I was.
yeah, it was a
We
little
already-
weird at times because like I was thinking like, did he fucking read this shit?
Nope.
Like,
Nope.
It's just obvious. We've seen movies.
because you definitely investigate shit like a lot more thoroughly than
What do you think? As the captain, I said, hey, Dakir, investigate this. Hey, Mike, go check out the bathroom.
go stare at the wall.
Go to the rooms that don't have Dakir. Start forming the vision on what happened and load it up on my
Remember, Pyro.
hologram.
I don't have the visual memory, so everything to me has to roll as questions.
Oh, and that's fine.
I can't imagine the scene and just be like, all right, I've got a picture of the scene. It then becomes, I see black balls. What are these black balls? Why is the blood spatter like this?
No, I've got you there. It's just like I said, it was. This is the first time I've ever seen like magic where I'm like, wow, that was really kind of cool how they did that, and that was it. I don't know. I got some Rorschach moments from the Watchmen vibes from that encounter. It was like, oh damn, okay, all right. So
I also played a Mystic in D&D, so I have an idea of what and I was looking at like the skills, right? When I was considering taking the Mystic point, I was like, what can
Fair.
a Mystic do?
What can they do?
And so that's all in my brain is what could this guy have done if I scale this up?
yeah,
Assume
I've
he has
just
mystic
been
powers. Assume he has max mystic powers. What does that look like?
I've been skipping over the powers and abilities shit and mainly just focusing on like just trying to get the factions and the politics in my head, which is kind of confusing as fuck. So,
Which is totally fine.
At least they don't have complicated names you can't remember.
are you fucking kidding me? The Zynthians? Are you on crack?
They're normal American.
Every single fucking person in here is like Majar, Alstafa, Mamar, Mavir, Bakir,
Yohar, Vozar.
fucking
Easy. That's
ridiculous.
like Will Smith.
But so like the mystic, literally one of them is prediction. If you conduct a seance, you can experience powerful visions of the future.
You know,
ask the GM questions about yourself or someone else taking part in the seance.
Dakir, you're only giving me out of character pointers to space you in character. I read a thing and I'm a mystic and I know if you do a ritual you can have the future and oh look, a ritual they were performing when they came in.
Game let me fucking kill you guys. Like, if you would like to space the entire party right now,
Give me $2. I'll do it for $2.
Darkness points. I'm like,
what?
Holy shit!
Okay, fine. I'll do it for $2.
The only thing I can think of, and I haven't gotten that far yet, but I'm assuming getting spaced isn't instant.
There's probably some sort of strength saves to fight decompression.
Yeah, I think you get like because it says you've got 2 turns, and that's what's really fucked up. You only get 2 turns to get back inside.
Well, if you get outside, yes. But I'm assuming you can make a strength to not get pulled out, and you can make a save to try to get back in.
Have you seen how you guys roll in this game?
We're smugglers.
You guys fucking fail everything. Like you're good at. He's like good at it, and like I gave you like +2. Fucking critical failure. I'm like, what? I'm afraid to make you guys roll anything.
It was 50-50. We failed half and we
It's like,
limited
I need you
success.
to.
I'd change my mind. I'm not spending the second point in Mystic.
I need you to give me a strength roll to pull
Unless-
your sword out. Oh, you impale yourself and chop off the head.
Yeah,
of all
because of your
friends.
talent or ability, Alex, I don't think you need to.
Yeah,
You can just use your auto success on that.
that's kind of what I'm saving it for. I'm gonna put it into the other thing I had been considering last time, but I wanted the Mystic just because it sounded like this
Well,
whole
you
campaign is
screwed us
themed
all
around
over.
it. So I wanted to poke that
You'll
bear.
kill us all. What did you put it in? Data gem?
No, I'm taking a talent.
Okay.
One that-
License?
Yeah,
Where did you go? Not tell us.
like I said, I've done negotiations before.
I like how he says that.
Chapter 6. Huh. So, okay, so licensed is a one-time thing to purchase anything,
Yeah, pretty much.
and then as long as it is a permitted weapon on the station, you can give that to anybody.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. You're the only one that is licensed. We only need one.
But
Damn
if
it,
we
now I
wanted
can't
carbines
freaking
or other stuff,
I'm gonna. I just want to space you, but you're too useful.
check.
You're
Captain.
the pilot. you're
There's
the
a check.
license. Ugh. Space you so bad.
Should have read.
Like,
the
why has
contract
he never
terms.
been spaced? Because he's the pilot, he's the weapons acquisitionist, he's our best range combatant, and not that this is a good thing, but he's a mystic and finds out precognition crap all the time. He's extremely useful.
But I hate every moment of it.
So that's what he was
Insufferable.
doing with the balls. He was doing this.
That's what literally Alex just said. He was like, oh, by the way, I read this talent thing where if you do a ritual, you can see the future.
You'll send him the audio. You have the audio recording?
Pi always has the audio recording. Have you not known this?
For D&D, I
No.
always record, yes.
I love how he's like, yeah, duh. Why wouldn't I? What? Oh, okay.
I stated this
He
the
said
first...
countless times that he records every audio thing. we do.
I'm flipping over to talk with Robbie about Beetle.
Can I join you?
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
just
go
was
eat
letting you know I'm
pizza.
going to do that. So,
I'll see y'all later.
bye guys.
Bye.